Good morning and welcome to the Seat Unique Stadium for this final game of the season between Gloucestershire and Warwickshire. It's a relegation battle here in Bristol as the teams make their way out into the middle, and it should be an absolute corker. The weather's set fair, sort of hazy blue skies. We can see the Mendips in the distance, which is a good barometer of generally how the weather's going to be. And if you can see the Mendips, you know it's not raining, and if you can see them also, you know it's probably going to rain at some point soon. But no, it's going to be fine. We're expecting a little bit of cloud, a little bit of hazy sunshine, and the weather's all set fair for the day. Umpires today are Peter Hartley and Rob White, so it should be match referee Simon Hinks. No Ian Randall today. Ian's not well, so we wish you well, Ian, if you're tuning in at home, and we hope you're better. As the Gloucestershire team today, David Payne is going to start us off from the pavilion end. The Warwickshire batters are Rob Yates, he's going to take the first ball, and Dominic Sibley as well. These two had a prolific partnership in the game at Cheltenham College in the Royal London Cup just at the end of July. As I think they put on, I'm just checking my notes here, 152 for the first wicket. Yates was the first man out. His LBW to Ollie Price for 87, Dominic Sibley 106. But Warwickshire have not got a good track record here in Bristol. It's got to be said, they've only beaten Gloucestershire once in the last 60 years. Here's David Payne, first ball of the day, here he comes. And that's crunched backward a square. And straight to backward point. I think that's Ben Charlesworth there doing the fielding. Gloucestershire led by Graham Van Buren. So the table, I'll come on to it after the next ball from David Payne. Past the umpire. That's pitched up and played out to mid-on. So the table, at the top of the table, it's getting really interesting. You've got Surrey on 225 points, Hampshire on 217 points. Surrey have got the more difficult run-in. They've got to go to Lancashire next week, who are third, and that is going to be a crucial game in the context of this county championship. Here's Payne past the umpire. Little bit of shape there, away. James Bracey takes it in front of Jack Taylor. First slip. So Lancashire, so Surrey are top, 225 points. Hampshire second, 217. Then Lancashire, big gap down to 182. Essex 178. Northamptonshire 147. Yorkshire 132. And then at the bottom, it starts getting really interesting. Here's Payne. That's Yates up on his toes there. Defends out into the offside. So, 2 sides out of 4 are going to go down at the bottom. And you've got Somerset on 123 points. You've got Kent on 115. Warwickshire 115. And then Gloucestershire are on 74. And it probably is a bridge too far for Gloucestershire, being brutally honest here. It's as Payne comes in. That's a pleasant shot. That's going to be the first runs of the morning, and that, even though the outfield's got a little bit of dew on it, it's going to go all the way to the rope, and that is a lovely way to open your account, Rob Yates, with a very pleasant drive for 4 runs through extra cover. So, Warwickshire 115, Kent 115, Gloucestershire 74, and it'd be interesting to see who you think is going to go down. I'm sure we've got many Warwickshire fans tuning in, and welcome to all you guys from the Midlands joining us, and all you Gloucestershire fans at home as well. Payne in and just turns Yates a little bit there, plays it back down the wicket, and that completes the first over of the day. 4 for none. Rob Yates on 4. Sibley yet to face a ball. There's our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and it'll be interesting to see what your thoughts are of who's going down. Warwickshire fans would be interested to know, how have you gone from county champions to being in a relegation battle? I know you haven't had Chris Wokes this season. Well, I know he was around last season. Is it that? What's gone wrong? What's gone wrong up at Edgbaston? I'd be really interested to know. So, yeah, let us know. Here from the Ashley Down Road end, we're going to have Ajit Singh Dale. Bowled very well in the game against Somerset. Got a little bit of extra pace about him. Going back to what I was saying there, Warwickshire have got a poor record here. They've only beaten Gloucestershire once in Bristol in the last 60 years, and that was Alan Donald ripped through the Gloucestershire batting. His Singh Dale in, that's down the leg side. It's a good carry there to Bracey. It was 1992, and it was a shootout between the two quicks. Courtney Walsh for Gloucestershire, Alan Donald for Warwickshire. And the last time they played here, 2020, in front of closed ground due to COVID. And Gloucestershire won that by 78 runs, despite Oliver Hannon-Dalby got 12 wickets in the game. Sibley just defends that one. So news of the teams this morning. Will Rhodes was going to skipper Warwickshire. Rob Yates and Dom Sibley out there at the moment. Alex Davis, keeper signed from Lancashire last year. He's going to come in 3. Sam Hayne at 4. Jayant Yadav. Jacob Bethel, who was here at Gloucestershire on loan earlier this season. Danny Briggs, Henry Brooks, Ryan Sidebottom. That one, not the Yorkshire one, that one. And Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Oh, that's good carry. That's a little bit of extra bounce and pace there from Ajit Singh Dale. I think that might have clipped. Let's have another look at this. That hit Sibley on the elbow there. Let's see if we can see what's going on here. Yeah, I think it's hit him on the lower side of the arm. It's good carry there. Good bounce from Ajit Singh Dale. He's impressed me this season. Here he comes past umpire Peter Hartley. Oh, and there's a half appeal. It's going to be a leg by. Score moves on to 5. The Gloucestershire side. Graham Van Buren skippering. And then you've got Ben Charlesworth, Chris Dent, Ollie Price, James Bracey, Miles Hammond, David Payne, Ajit Singh Dale, Jack Taylor, Tom Price, Avagahar, and I thought there was rumours going around on social media that Dale Benkenstein might tinker with his side, might throw a couple of the youngsters in, which, you know, he has done all season really with the Price brothers and Ajit Singh Dale, who comes into the crease now and just hurries Yates up there a little bit. But some of the youngsters coming through here in Gloucestershire done very well. Ben Wells has done well this season. Tommy Borman, there's a name. Won the National Village Cup with Dumbleton at the weekend at Lord's. And he scored 4,000 runs in club cricket in the last 2 years. He looks a real prospect. England under-19 player. Singdale in, and that's just played into the onside there. That completes the over. So, the surprise news in the Warwickshire side is there's no Mohammed Siraj. And I thought he would play here, and it's a shame not to see him, because I was really, really looking forward. He's an impressive individual. He's a combative player. He did so well in that side that India took, that depleted Indian side that won out in Australia. And he was the star of that tournament. First wicket in that was Marnus Labuschagne. He took a fifer. He's someone who came into the game very late. He's played 13 tests, 40 wickets. 28-year-old from Hyderabad, but he's not playing in this game. And I think that raised one or two eyebrows when the team sheets were announced. Payne in, Sibley just plays that into the offside, scampers through for a single. Miles Hammond can't cut it off as he runs round from mid-off. And that is a single. So Sibley's off the mark. Rob Yates, very attractive player. We've seen one cover drive unfurled from him this morning. Saw in the game at Cheltenham where he got that 87. He's an excellent straight driver down the ground, and it was his birthday yesterday, 23, so happy birthday, Rob Yates. That's just down the leg side, and that just evades Bracey. 4 runs, that wasn't far away. Let's have another look at this one. That was a very fine tickle. I don't think Yates meant to get it that fine. Let's have a look at this. Oh, nearly a wicket there. But Yates is still there. He had a very good season last year. He got 1,000 runs last year. He's not been so prolific this year, but he had a fantastic year last year. That's a nice shot through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least 2. Just a 2, I think. Hammond's quite quick across the ground and cuts that one off. Cuts off the 3rd run, so just 2 more to Yates there. I think there were four players last year who got 1,000 runs, and Tom Haynes was one down at Sussex. Sam Robson at Middlesex was one. Trying to think offhand who was the other. David Beddingham was the other at Durham. And Rob Yates, and he had a very, very good season. Here's Payne having a bowl at him. Just comes in to the onside. He had to, he got 100 I think against Essex early on in one of the games for Warwickshire. And then had to go and write a thesis on gorillas. And the difference, this is no word of a lie. This is no word of a lie. He had to go and write a thesis on the chest beating of those in the wild compared to those in captivity. The things you learn on the Gloucestershire stream, we're educational. That's just tickled round the corner for a single. And I think he could probably, you know, if we could unfurl Alfred out here, the Gloucestershire mascot, Alfred the gorilla, I'm sure that Rob Yates could do some work there. But he's been spoken about as an England player, or a future England player, and he's very easy on the eye. Here's Dominic Sibley. Payne pushes that one across him. Sibley lets it go through to the gloves of James Bracey. That's the end of the 3rd over, 13 for none. And Dominic Sibley, he's a man going back to his former county. We've seen it here at Gloucestershire with Ryan Higgins. He's gone back to Middlesex, played for them. He's only on loan till the end of the season before his contract technically starts at the beginning of next season. But Dominic Sibley, who started off at Surrey, he's returning there after 5 years in the Midlands at Edgbaston. Singdale to Yates. Oh, and that's a play and a miss. Singdale's coming through with real venom here this morning. It's good to see. He's whippy. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, full shot. Doesn't need to play out there. Singdale past Peter Hartley. That's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground, off drive, 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Glorious there from Rob Yates. We said he was easy on the eye. Look at that. Footwork, head, everything in the right place. Beautiful. Really nice to watch. I'm looking forward to seeing Jayant Yadav in this as well. Got a good story behind him, Jayant Yadav. Here's Ajit Singh Dale. That's pulled there by Yates. He's going to get 4 more here. He's in the mood here, Rob Yates. Moves on to 19. And he looks as if he's really in the mood to score runs and score them quickly. He's not messing around. Pulls that one through mid-wicket. Interesting start. Ajit Singh Dale approaching the crease. Oh, and that's a nick, and that's gone. That's the end of Yates. Caught first slip, Jack Taylor. And that is the end of Rob Yates. Just fends one off. That's good. Extra bounce there. Let's have another look at this one. Extra bounce from Ajit Singh Dale, and he just fends that off and guides it really to Jack Taylor at first slip. Shelling peas. Easy for Jack Taylor. And that is the end of the first wicket. 21 for 1. Yates gone. And Ajit Singh Dale whacked for 2 fours. There's a little bit of a word there as well from Singh Dale. It's high octane already first thing in the morning. It's not even 11 o'clock yet and this game's already sprung to life. First thing in the morning. Yates pumps Singh Dale down the ground for 4 runs through mid-off. He then pulls him through mid-wicket. There's words had between batsman and bowler. Next ball, Ajit Singh Dale makes him fend one off to first slip. Interesting. So, this looks like Alex Davis coming to the crease. Signed from Lancashire last year. Michael Burgess not in the side. He's been left out, I believe, for personal reasons, and hope everything's all right there. But he's been keeping and batting very well this season. Alex Davis, fresh from a stint with the Southern Brave in the 100. I think there were a few eyebrows raised when he left Lancashire last year, signed a 3-year deal at Edgbaston. Here's Singh Dale to him. Oh, that hurries him up a little bit, plays that one off the glove. This is good stuff from Singh Dale here. Good bowling. But Sibley's the one they want. Sibley, like a barnacle, need to prize him from the rock. From Whitgift School. Same as Jason Roy. Danny Cipriani came through there as well. Lovely venue. Surrey have played there a few times in the past. Here's Singh Dale at Sibley. Plays around that front pad a little bit and goes on the dance floor down the wicket. But no run. That completes the over. That's the end of the 4th over. 22 for 1. It's all happening here at the Sea Unique. What a start. Warwickshire, proud history. 8 county championships, including the one last year. 1911 they won their first one. Then 1951. That side under Eric Hollies, I think he got a few wickets for them in that era. With that stand at Edgbaston named after him. Then 1972. Here's David Payne to Davis, who defends that one. 72, so that would have been probably Dennis Amis. Oh, I'm not sure if Willis had gone there from Surrey at the time. 72. I think that was the season that he actually left Surrey to go to Warwickshire. And then 94, 95, Brian Lara. They won, I think they won the treble in 94. Good side they had then. Here's Payne. That's a pleasant shot by Davis through extra cover. Miles Hammond in pursuit. Tom Price chasing after him. Hammond gets there, keeps it down to 2. Good throw comes in to James Bracey. Yeah, 94, 95, they had the likes of Brian Lara, Paul Smith. I think Gladstone Small was just finishing up his career then. A decent side. In 2004, 2012, and then 2021 they won it as well. That's well bowled by Payne. Davis leaves it alone, goes through to the gloves of Bracey. And if you think also they've won also 5 Gillette or NatWest Cups. 1966, 68, 89. Beat Middlesex. Almost in the dark. I think Neil Smith hit 6 right at the end. That just goes across Davis, goes through to Bracey. Neil Smith, I think he hit Simon Hughes for a big 6 into the nursery end at Lord's to win that one. In 89, 93 and 95 they also won it. So 1995 was a fantastic year for them. 5 Sunday League titles. Payne to Davis. They thought about the single there as he plays it into the offside, but Sibley didn't fancy him. So the old Sunday League, the old John Player League, 1980, and then 94, 97, 2010, 2016. 16 was actually the Royal London Cup. It became the Royal London One Day Cup. And there was the Pro 40 or the CB 40 in between. Oh, and that's bowled in. Payne goes through Davis's gate, takes the top of off. That's where you want to be as a left armour. Top of off stump, David Payne. That's a good delivery. Davis goes expansive. He leaves a bit of a gate here. But look, Payne angles this across him, nips it back through and takes the top of off. That's a beautiful delivery. And that's the end of Alex Davis for 3. Warwickshire, 24 for 2. That was quite a big shot, I thought, for, 5th over of the day. The ball's zipping around. It's 10:30 starts here. I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that Warwickshire have won the toss and elected to bat. Especially, we saw it the other week with 10:30 starts, and we saw sides insert the opposition. It didn't make too much difference. But the later you get into September, there's more juice in the pitch. There's more moisture. There's more dew. And I'm a little bit surprised that Warwickshire have won the toss and elected to bat here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. But they have. And they are 24 for 2. Good start this from Gloucestershire. And if they can build on, they had a very good game against Somerset in the West Country Derby down in Taunton. And if they can build on that, they would have won that game if it hadn't poured down with rain on the 4th day. And if they can build on that and look to keep the momentum going. Momentum's a hell of a lot in cricket, and it's a shame it's the end of the season because it was the poor start to the season, but I can see green shoots of recovery happening with this Gloucestershire side, and I think it's great to see. It really is, and it's the youngsters coming through who they're building the side around. Here's one of them, Ajit Singh Dale, Tom Price, Ollie Price, Ben Charlesworth. Here's Singh Dale into Sibley, who nudges that one through square leg. Probably not the last time I'm going to say that today. 2 runs to Sibley. James Bracey still only 25, so if they can build a side around that nucleus of young players, you look there, Ben Wells, he's had exposure to the first team this year in the Royal London Cup. Tommy Borman, as we mentioned before, heavy run scorer, England under-19, hasn't yet played for the first team, but I think he'll be someone to watch out for in the future. That's a nice shot there. Sibley, straight down the ground, through mid-on. Just a little bit too full from Ajit Singh Dale. Sibley lets it come on to him, plays it under his head, and goes out through mid-on, and that's a very, very pleasant shot. So yeah, I see green shoots of recovery, and I also think that since the end of July, I can see a real improvement in this Gloucestershire side as well. That's well bowled by Singh Dale, bit of extra pace. I can see real improvement. I thought the Royal London campaign was a decent one. I thought Jack Taylor did very well as captain. And I know they didn't qualify, but they only missed out on net run rate. And you could see that there was confidence in the side that a few wins can give you. And then we saw the game against Somerset, and they've made a good start this morning. Warwickshire 30 for 2. So let us know. Drop us a line, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. If you think I'm right, if you think I'm wrong, let us know as well. Here's Singh Dale, bit of extra bounce there again. There it is in the top right hand corner of your screen. There's the email address. Drop us a line. Let us know. I know it's been a horrendous season. I know we're bottom of the league. Out of both T20 and Royal London Cup campaigns without starting. But I think there are signs that the future is very bright. Be interesting to see your thoughts. Sibley's on to 7. Just played into the onside. There's a mid-wicket in there now. Quite interesting for Sibley because Zafar Gahar's come from the offside, so we've got a man just around the corner, like a leg gully for him. Ajit Singh Dale's in. Zafar Gahar is in at mid-wicket. Tom Price mid-on. Graham Van Buren at mid-off. Got a backward point. We've got 3 slips in. No gully, as is the want these days. Defended by Sibley. That's the ND over. That's 30 for 2. And we've had some emails in. Alex from Winterbourne. Morning, Alex. He's been away on his travels. Good to be back. Currently ensconced on the sofa listening to familiar voices of the fine Gloucestershire. Fine late September day. Should be a good match. Thoughts on the outcome of the match? Well, who knows, but it's been a good start. It's been a good start by the hosts. And it's not often we've said that this year. So let's see what the next 4 day brings. The weather is set fair for the next few days. There should be a little bit of cloud cover, so I'm expecting less of a batsman-dominated match than we've seen at other times this season. But I have been wrong in the past. So thanks for your email, Alex. Good to hear from you, mate. And keep them coming over the day. Payne in. That's Sam Hayne, the new batsman. Outstanding player. He is the... We said about Sibley, prizing him from the crease. Sam Hayne's the danger man in this Warwickshire side. He's already passed 1,000 runs for the season. Needs 3 more for 6,000 career first-class runs. And he's a really good player. Payne, getting him on the front foot, just defends that. He was, he's got an interesting story, Sam Hayne. He was born in Hong Kong to 2 British parents, went out and lived on the Gold Coast in Australia, and then came back here and studied at the Loreto School in Edinburgh, where Mike Powell picked him up. Oh, that's a good delivery there. Payne beats him outside off stump. Ball doing a little bit this morning. Right smile there from Hayne. Hayne to Payne. Yeah, Mike Powell picked him up. That's the Warwickshire one, not the Glamorgan one. It's always thrown me that, you know, there were 2 Mike Powells. There's 2 Ryan Sidebottoms, which is the one that really, you know, gets the brain cells going. That's just let through to Bracey by Hayne. There's 2 OA Shahs. There's one at Lancashire and there's one who used to play for Middlesex and Essex. And there was Mark Waugh at Warwickshire. Mark Waugh, the famous Australian as well. Two Mike Smiths, the Warwickshire one and the Middlesex opener. That goes through to Bracey. But there's only one James Healy on production here. Well, there's probably more actually somewhere, but you know. Bristol looking lovely. Late summer. Oh, that's well bowled. That goes over the top of off stump, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's have a look at this on the replay. That's a good ball. Again, shaped from Payne. Hayne leaves this one alone, and that wasn't a million miles away from the one that got Alex Davis in the last over. That is not far away from the top of off here. Hayne's got it covered. Hayne knows exactly where his off stump is. He's a really, really good player, and I'm surprised, Sam Hayne, how he hasn't played for England. Oh, we're going to have a change of bowling. Ajit Singh Dale comes out to the attack, and we're going to see the man who's impressed Gloucestershire fans all season. Been absolutely superb this year. Real breakthrough year for him. Tom Price. Nice lad as well. Really good bowler. He can bat a little bit. Good fielder. Good all-round cricketer. Here he is. Straight away on the money. That's Sibley. Warwickshire battling hard. 7 overs gone. 30 runs on the board, but crucially, Rob Yates and Alex Davis back in the dressing room. Played into the onside by Sibley. We'll keep you up to date as well with what's going on around the country. Some great games of cricket. At the Oval, Surrey, 8 for 1. That's just beaten Sibley. Well, maybe withdrew the bat. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. So Yorkshire have chosen to field at the Oval. They've got Surrey 8 for 1. In a big relegation battle down the M5 at Taunton, Somerset, they've chosen to bat. They're 10 for none off 8, so slow going there, but they're gutsing it out. Lancashire against Essex. Lancashire have chosen to bat there at Chelmsford. They're 25 for 1. That goes through to Bracey, no run. But, and listen closely, Warwickshire fans, Gloucestershire fans, even Somerset fans if you're tuning in, down at Southampton at the Ageas Bowl, Hampshire have stuck Kent in. And off 7 overs, Kent are 5 for 2. Sussex 2 for 1, Chester Street, a little bit of rain up there. Oh, that's well bowled. Tom Price beats Sibley there outside the off stump. Over at Cardiff, over the Severn Bridge, Glamorgan 32 for 1 in their game against Derbyshire, having been inserted. And Middlesex 25 for 1 up at Grace Road, or whatever it's called now. It's got a sponsor's name, which I can't remember off the top of my head. Up at Leicester, and up the M5 at Worcester. That's just tickled around the corner by Sibley. David Payne's down there. They're going to come back for a second, and they get back comfortably. That completes the over. 32 for 2. Up at Worcester against Nottinghamshire. Champions-elect Nottinghamshire in Division 2. They've chosen to field and got Worcestershire 25 for 2. So we'll keep you updated with the scores over the day. A little bit of cloud filling in here at Bristol. Still pleasant. David Payne into the crease. Hayne lets that one go. Bracey doesn't take that one cleanly. Had a very pleasant afternoon at Radlett a few weeks back, watching Gloucestershire against Middlesex. Having a chat with James Bracey's parents, very nice people. Hayne lets that one go through to Bracey. I think we're going to have a period of consolidation here. Warwickshire just need to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets. You lose 2 in the first hour, it's not the ideal start. 3 could be quite a painful experience in the context of this game. Payne in, Hayne lets it go. Good battle this. 2 good county pros here. Yeah, so very nice afternoon at Radlett a few weeks back with wives and parents of the Gloucestershire side. All good fun had. David Payne's going to come around the wicket now to Sam Hayne. Again, that one's outside off stump, lets it go. No run. I'm looking forward to watching Jacob Bethel. Very impressed. He spent 1 game on loan here at Gloucestershire earlier on in the season in the game against Somerset, and he got a 50. He's only 18. And I think he impressed all and sundry. There's Payne making Sam Hayne play there. It's good. Gloucestershire had a game. Warwickshire had a game against Somerset last week. Gloucestershire sat the week out, and it was a hard-fought draw. Oh, that's bent back in. Hayne's got it covered though. That completes the over. 32 for 2. Nearly 40 minutes gone this morning. It's been action-packed. We saw a real good battle between Rob Yates and Ajit Singh Dale, where Yates just starting to get on top. Hit Ajit Singh Dale down the ground for 4, pulled him through mid-wicket, and then back comes Singh Dale, makes him fend one off to Jack Taylor at first slip. Before David Payne castled Alex Davis, rearranged his furniture, took the top of off stump with an absolute beaut. Tom Price in. There's a little bit more bounce and carry in this Bristol pitch than I think we've seen all season. Maybe the Yorkshire game, first game of the season, but it's been quite flat, quite slow and low. And this looks like it's got a little bit more zip. It'll be interesting to see when the ball gets a little bit older how it behaves. But I think this one's got a little bit more in the surface than we've seen in other games in midsummer. Price in, that's well bowled. That beats Sibley outside off stump. That's a fine delivery. Look at this. Angled in. Just holds its line. Doesn't really move away. I think it just holds its line. And Sibley was playing on the angle there. Price unlucky not to take the outside of his bat. Sibley just works him into the onside there. Zafar doing the fielding. Gloucestershire side, for those who missed it: Charlesworth, Dent, Ollie Price, Bracey, Hammond, Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Tom Price, Zafar, David Payne, Ajit Singh Dale. Tom Price. Sibley defends. Words of encouragement from behind the stumps. There's the view that we've got over towards Clifton there. That's the cathedral there in the I think it's the Catholic Cathedral at Clifton there in the distance. The church on the edge of the downs. Beautiful backdrop here. Lovely city, Bristol. Sibley lets that one go through to Bracey. Lovely city. It's good to be back. Had my cup of coffee and my sausage sandwich in Clifton this morning. Very pleasant it was too. And there's the Mem. Bristol Rovers. Just up the road. James Bracey's team. The Gas, as they're known. That's a nice shot there by Sibley. In fact, that could run away for 4 runs. It does. That's really good timing. Tom Price just straying onto his pads there, and Sibley just works him through the leg side. Finds the gap between Hammond and Zafar, and neither of them can catch it, and the ball goes away for 4 runs. That completes the over. 36 for 2. Dominic Sibley's moved on to 13. Sam Hayne yet to score, having a fantastic battle with David Payne. Small crowd in, but the diehards here in Bristol following their side. A few come down from the Midlands. Down the M5. That's left alone outside the off stump. Bouncer from Payne. Sam Hayne ducks underneath it. That's worked into the onside, and Sam Hayne's off the mark. Something very intriguing about end of season games is that sort of intoxicating hum of the crowd, knowing it will soon be January, it won't be long. It'll be getting dark in 4 hours' time. Oh, that's well bowled. So that catches Sibley's glove there. A little bit of extra nip there from David Payne. A little bit of extra bounce. That's his weapon. And this one, if there was a short leg in place, Sibley would have been back to the pavilion. Payne past umpire Rob White. Sibley gets it backward as square. Warwickshire side, for those who missed it, was Rob Yates and Dominic Sibley opened up. Alex Davis came in at number 3 and went for 3. Bowled by an absolute corker from David Payne. Sam Hayne, number 4. Skipper Will Rhodes in next. Jayan Yadav, Jacob Bethel, Danny Briggs, Henry Brooks, Ryan Sidebottom. There's Hayne, plays that one back to Payne. That completes the over, 38 for 2. Ryan Sidebottom and Oliver Hannon-Dalby complete the lineup. Ryan Sidebottom wasn't originally in the squad, but he's been drafted in as a replacement for Mohammed Siraj. The 2 other guys who miss out from the squad are Dan Mousley, England under-19 player via the academy at Edgbaston. Another Aston Villa fan in the Warwickshire lineup, following the likes of Ian Bell and Chris Wokes. Left-hand bat, bowls a little bit of off-spin. Here's Tom Price. He's played out to mid-on. The other one who's missed out in this squad is George Garrett, 22-year-old, who's played 5 games, made his debut back in 2019. Born in Harpenden, just outside St Albans in Hertfordshire. But he misses out as well. Price in, that takes the outside edge, and that's out. No, it's not, it's dropped. Oh, great effort there, diving forward. I think that's Ben Charlesworth at point. He's hurt himself, I think. Just as he's hit the ground, this is a great ball from Tom Price. Rolls his fingers over it. I think it's a leg cutter. Takes the shoulder of Sibley's back, goes out to point, and Is it Charles? No, it's Ollie Price. No, it's not. Who is it? It's Goodman. Dominic Goodman. Sibley works that one down to David Payne at long leg for a single. Yeah, that's Dominic Goodman. He's on as substitute fielder. I'm trying to see who he's on for, actually. But I thought he had that one, and just as his elbow hit the floor, the ball came out. We're just going to see if we can find that one from side on. See if we can get a better view. That's well bowled, Tom Price as well. Finds the outside edge. Sam Hayne, but he plays that with soft hands. And goes to Chris Dent at second, slips. You've got Jack Taylor at first. I think that's Ollie Price at second. Dent at third. Well bowled, Tom Price again. Good areas this. Keeping Sam Hayne honest here. Not allowing him any freebies to get off the mark. It's good stuff. Just had a very nice cup of coffee made for me by James Healy, our producer. No Ian Randall today. He's not well. Ian, if you're listening in from home, we hope you get better. That's well bowled. Price just on the angle there, just nibbling this around both ways. And that's a fantastic over. 39 for 2 the score. There's the bowling figures. Wicket apiece for Dale and Payne. Tom Price just coming to the attack. Charlesworth there, got the helmet on, got the pads on. And we are going to see spin into the attack within 50 minutes. Here we go, here's the catch. The ball takes the shoulder. Goodman had it and it just pops out when his elbow hits the floor there. And that could have been the end of Dominic Sibley. But we are going to see already into the attack, having missed the last game, Zafar Gahar. And he was much missed by Michelle Garland, who I know listens into this stream. Got a lot of time for Zafar Gahar. Here he comes, first ball of the day. Oh, that's turned! Oh, and Sibley chops that one in the air. And it was in the air for a long time. I thought he was going to put a long hop straight down the throat of Jack Taylor, who's fielding at cover point. That would have been a bizarre dismissal. But we already saw prodigious turn there first thing in the morning. Here's Zafar. That's gone as well. Hayne plays it late though, plays it well. That's what you have to do with a turning ball. But what they've got to also watch out for is his arm ball. If it takes an inside edge, Ben Charlesworth's there, ready to snap it up at short leg. Here's Zaffa. That one's too short, too wide there. But you can see already with Jack Taylor and Zaffa Gahar, Warwickshire have got Danny Briggs and Jayant Yadav in the side. Could be a lot of overs of spin. Here's Zaffa. Oh, that's well bowled. Well played by Sam Hayne, again playing that late. Zaffa from the pavilion end, wheeling away. That's well bowled, that's gone, that's ragged. Big smile from Sam Hayne. Good to see. Everyone's smiling. Ollie Price at slip smiling. Jack Taylor now coming into second slip. Good captaincy this from Graham Van Buren. So he's going to offer the onside. He's come across himself from mid-on. So there's a gap there behind Ben Charlesworth. He's come into the offside now himself. Oh, actually he's brought Miles Hammond across. And Zaffa throws one down the leg side straight away. It's always the way, isn't it? Well, you have these funky ideas as a captain, then your bowler goes and throws one down the other side. But I think it's good captaincy, because if Hayne wants to hit that gap there, he's got to go against the spin, and there's a chance that he could get the leading edge or he could miss it. And he's trying to work it onside and it takes his off stump. So it's good captaincy this from Graham Van Buren. I like to see it. Someone's car alarm's going off in the car park. Just checking it's not mine. No, it's not mine. Tom Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Sibley defends. Hammond making sure that Hayne is back in his ground at the non-striker's end. Sibley, 22 tests for England, average 28. Well bowled on Tom Price. That goes past third slip. It's along the floor. Chris Dent can't stop it. But again, that takes the outside of Dominic Sibley's bat. Let's have a look at this. Is there any movement here, or does Sibley just play inside it? No, he's actually played that well with soft hands. Credit to the batsman there. He had a fantastic year in 2019, Sibley. Got his England debut after scoring 1,300 runs that season. As we saw, got 100 against Gloucestershire in the Royal London Cup this year. Moves on to 20 with that 4. Score on 44. Some banging in the distance, don't know what that is. Tom Price into the crease. Oh, was that half an appeal there? I think there was a little bit of bat on there. No, it's a leg bye. No, it's not. It's. Oh, I don't know. Let's see if we can see this. I wonder if Sibley's got an inside edge onto this. The umpire gave the pre-signal as if he was going to go. Peter Hartley there, as if he's going to give the leg bye. I wonder if Sibley said, no, I've got a thick inside edge. There's Paolo. Super whip. He's had that on his van for a number of years, super whip, and it's nothing to do with Dominic Sibley favouring the leg side. Full from Price. Hayne plays it out to mid-on. Hayne's still on one. He's been around for 25 balls for his one run, but 26 balls for his one run. But he's still there. There's the ground staff. A few cars in the car park. And Zafagahar's going to take us away from the pavilion end. Sibley leaves that one alone. Here's Zaffa. Sibley defends. Back to Zaffa. Sibley just tickles that one around the corner, and they stroll through for a single. It's nice to be back here in Bristol. I haven't been here for a month. Last game we had here was Leicestershire in the Royal London Cup. Floated up by Zaffa, a little bit tossed up a little bit higher. I was told in the meantime that my commentary sounds like Martin Kemp. I wish I had his looks. That's just played back with a square. Producer James Healy just shouting in the background, better than Ross Kemp. Thrown up a little bit higher by Zaffa. Wonder how long it's going to be. That's the end of the over. Wonder how long it's going to be before Jack Taylor comes into the attack as well. If we've got a pitch here that's so conducive to spin. And talking of which, down at Taunton, and I'd like your views, members of the public, about this. Alright, I know it's Somerset. I know it is Somerset, but there's our email address. Let me know your thoughts on this. Jack Leach has been arrested by the ECB. He wasn't allowed to play for Somerset today. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes have been allowed to play for Surrey. Leach has bowled 2 overs in the last test. He's bowled, I think, 40 overs since July. How is that supposed to be producing spin bowlers in this country? Let us know. Drop us a line. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Here's Tom Price past Peter Hartley. As Sibley works him into the offside. And Ben Charlesworth does the fielding there. But is that fair? Is that conducive to... You know, I don't see why these bowlers need so much rest. I wouldn't mind a job like that, I tell you. But is it fair also that certain counties are allowed to play their players and others aren't? right when it comes to the business end of the season. Price in. Hayne defends. Personally, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right that you either let them all play or you don't let any of them play. But, you know, you're handicapping a side there, and I just don't think that is right. I just don't think it's fair. And Somerset fans on social media are, well, they're generally not a happy bunch anyway, but they're definitely not happy about that. Tom Price in. There's Payne. Plays into the offside. They think about a single, but Graham Van Buren's quick across the ground, cuts it off as he comes charging in from mid-off. Oh, that's boxed Sam Hayne. Ouch. Got some emails coming. Oh, look, that's a good delivery there from Tom Price. Just nips back. Quite a painful blow. Price in. Alex in Winterbourne, been on the email? Wasn't there 3 Mike Smiths? There was. Gloucestershire had one. There was one test for England. I think he didn't pick up a wicket. He had, I think it was Matty Elliott. Dropped by Graham Thorpe at second slip early on. And he went on and got about, I think, 199 possibly. And he was a left arm swing bowler, Alex, so thank you for that. 2 Ryan side bottoms. He's laughing at that. As that is defended there by Hayne, sorry. That completes the over. 47 for 2. Warwickshire just rebuilding here. Sam Hayne on 1. Dominic Sibley on 23. Paul Hibbard has been, morning Dan. Do you know if there's likely to be any changes to the format of the county championship next season? I favour going back to a regional format with 3 leagues of 6 and a 3-team playoff similar to the 100. What do other people think? There we are. There's me. Here in the office. Zafar. That goes into Sibley, who plays that into the offside. Chris Dent doing the fielding there, extra cover. That's left alone by Sibley. The problem we've got with 3 leagues of 6, and I know he wants a 3-team playoff after it, is if you reduce the amount of county cricket, I'll come on to it. If you reduce the amount of county cricket going on, members don't get as much value for money for their membership. So therefore, memberships would probably have to come down, which means less money. Would the players be prepared to take a pay cut for less cricket? Sibley plays that firmly out to mid-off, no run. Would the players then want to take a pay cut? Probably not. No, I don't think they would. So, where does the shortfall happen? Is it the fans who lose out? I don't think that's right. I favour a 9 and 9. I really do. That's played back firmly. Hayne gets back into his ground theatrically at the non-striker's end. In fact, I'd go even further. I'd say a 9 divisions. So that would give you 16 games in the county championship. I think that's the only fair, home and away. Defended there by Sibley. That's the end of the over. So I think a 16-game county championship is the way forward. I think the Royal London Cup probably becomes a knockout competition if you want to actually, make that happen. But it depends whether you're putting your eggs in the white ball or the red ball basket. And the Strauss report, well, we don't know what it is yet, but we think that it's probably going to be one division of 6, like an elite division of 6 with a northern and a southern feeder division coming through. But as we've seen in the T20 Vitality Blast, you've got Northampton, which isn't exactly up north, and they're suddenly in a group with Durham. I mean, that's a long old trek for a 3-hour game of cricket there. So, would those guys be happy? But I think also in any sport you need competition, and you have to have promotion and relegation. You cannot have the top counties ring fenced at the top. Tom Price in, that's a big shout for LBW. Oh, has Hayne got outside the line here? That's a big shout. Let's have a look at this again. Angling back in from Tom Price. Oh, it's maybe done too much. It may be going down the leg side, possibly. It's a good delivery, one way or the other. Oh, big shout. Big shout in the context of the game. Price in, and Hayne just taking one hand off the bat. It's a good spell this from Tom Price. But going back to the county championship, and Paul, thanks for your email, because it's a really good, interesting debate that everyone's having at the moment. I don't think that you can have an elite of the test playing counties, because everything in life, in cricket, is cyclical, and Leicestershire might be struggling at the moment. They'll come good again one day. There's full defensive there by Sam Hayne. They'll come good again one day, and they're producing players. And whatever you think of certain counties, they're producing players which eventually, this is the university for the Finnish school of Test cricket, which is what makes the ECB the money. The full houses at Lords, the £100 tickets, the £7 a pint. County cricket is what makes Test cricket work. Price in, Hayne defends that into the offside. Without these sides like Leicestershire, who produce Stuart Broad, Sussex produce Ollie Robinson, they're the two sides down at the bottom of Division 2. You can't just cut those counties out of it, because otherwise you don't get a feeder system for the test side. That's just hitting the thigh pad there of Sam Hayne. And then where do you cut that off? Where do you cut those 6 counties off at? Do you say, right, the top 6 sides in Division 1 this season? Where does that leave, Warwickshire? As we said, they've got history. Hayne defends that. They've got history there. Yorkshire, do they make that top 6? Look at their history, 33, 34 county championship titles. Here's that replay of that LBW again. I think it's possibly just going down the leg side. I think it's done too much there. But it's a good ball. It's a good ball. Tom from Rain Stop Play, inspection at 3. What a good blog that is. Every Gloucestershire fan should have a little read of that. It's well worth it. Cost nothing. Here's Afagahar. Oh, a little bit of turn. 2 slips in for Sibley. He said, "Hi gang, decent start here from the Gloucestershire bowlers. Once again, he's really enjoying watching Tom Price. Certainly keeping the batters on their toes. He's looking forward to a full season of him next time around." Not the only one, Tom. That's just whipped from Sibley. He's going to get 2. It's good placement, that. Good weight of shot as well. As the throw comes in. That's 2 more to Dominic Sibley's total. Yes, Tom, I agree with you. Tom Price has been absolutely fantastic this season. He's been wonderful. And there's 2 more there to Sibley, and that's going to bring the 50 up for Warwickshire. So after just shy of an hour and 15 minutes this morning, and in the 19th over, that's the 50 up, and Sibley moves on to 27. These 2 probably the best bats in the Warwickshire lineup. So Gloucestershire will be looking to prize one of these 2 from the crease. Well bowled there, Afagahar. Sibley watchful. Zafar. In, that's defended. Jack Taylor doing the fielding there. Good to see him back in the red ball side. I thought he led the side wonderfully during the... In fact, we're going to see a change of the fielding. Ben Charlesworth's going to come into the offside. Going to come from short leg into silly point. Chris Dent comes across into mid wicket. I don't mind seeing Sibley trying to work it leg side here. If Zafar's turning the ball away from the bat, I don't mind seeing him do that. That's played and almost 1 bounce to Charlesworth. That's the end of the over, 51 for 2. Sibley, 27. Sam Hayne still on 1. He's being very circumspect this morning. Take you around the country. So, Surrey, having been stuck in by Yorkshire, they're 37 for 1 at the Oval. Down at Taunton, Somerset 39 for none. Quiet start, off nearly 20 overs there in the game against Northants. Lancashire 53 for none. Or sorry, 50 for 3, against Essex. Over at Chelmsford. Kent 23 for 2, having been 5 for 2 in the game against Hampshire. Those 2 games could be title defining. Sussex 25 for 2 against Durham at Chestler Street. They had a little bit of rain there. They're back on now. Ajit Singh Dale's into the attack. Back in. Over the Severn Bridge, Glamorgan 59 for 1 at Cardiff. In their battle against Derbyshire, having been stuck in. Middlesex 66 for 3 against Leicestershire. Worcestershire also 66 for 3 against Notts as well. So some big games going on in Division 2. Who's going to go up with Notts? Middlesex, Glamorgan or Derbyshire? Here's Ajit Singh Dale to Sam Hayne. Just hurries him up. Hayne works him through square leg. Just over 40 minutes to lunch. Oh, that's well bowled. That holds its line nicely. He's impressed me, Ajit Singh Dale. All season he's got better and better as the season's gone on. And he looks a really good prospect. He's got a little bit of pace. He's got something a little bit different. Adds something a little bit different. And I think if we can see him and Marchant de Lange next season, who was on the ground this morning, we believe. That could be a fiery attack. Oh, that's a good delivery as well. That beats Hayne. That is an absolutely outstanding nut. Hayne's laughing. Hayne's got a big smile on his face. Sometimes you just have to smile and get on with the next one. You can't worry too much. Again on the angle, holds its line. Good leg cutter. Just rolls his fingers across the ball. Singdale past umpire Pete to Hartley, and again that one's just on the angle. So what Singdale's doing here is some are going in on the angle. So he's bowling with his wrist cocked behind the ball there like that. Others he's rolling his fingers across the ball, and others are just going on with the ball. Like that one has just gone on with the ball. And it's just angled in, just goes straight on with the arm. But others, he's rolling his fingers across it on release. So as the ball's coming there, he's rolling his fingers across it, and he's getting away movement. It's good bowling, clever bowling. That completes the over. 52 for 2. There's the scorecard. Yates was out this morning for 19. Alex Davis got an absolute peach from David Payne. Lost the top of his off stump for 3. But Gloucestershire just rebuilding here. Or Warwickshire just rebuilding here a little bit. Haynes on 2. Dominic Sibley on 27. Zaffer. Oh, that's the arm ball, Sibley. Oh, Hayne knows where his off stump is. We've said that a few times this morning. You can see that's why he's such a good batsman, because he doesn't play outside of his eye line, doesn't play away from his head, plays it under his head. Oh, that's well bowled. Hayne just defends that out to Jack Taylor. Second slip. Ollie Price at first, Jack Taylor at second. Ben Charlesworth in at silly point. Zaffer in. Down the leg side. Good take from James Bracey. He's got David Payne back with point. Miles Hammond extra cover. I think that's Tom Price at mid-off. Graham Van Buren mid-on. Chris Dent at mid-wicket. And then Ajit Singh Dale's at deep backward square. It's defended there by Hayne. One more wicket before lunch here. And Gloucestershire will feel they've had a very, very good morning. 2 more, they'll be elated. That's defended by Hayne. Warwickshire can get to lunch, sort of 75, 80 for 2. They'll feel they can build from that with these two batsmen. They'll feel they can build on it. That's defended. Completes the over, 52 for 2. Mark Robinson, the Warwickshire first 11 coach here. He's 55 now, won the World Cup with England women back in 2017. Had a wonderful career, Northants, Yorkshire, Sussex. Took a 9 for 37 for Yorkshire against Northants back in 1993. But he's remembered for his batting. He wasn't the best batsman or batter. That goes through to Bracey from Ajit Singh Dale. He wasn't the best batter that we've seen to grace the county game, because in 1990 he went from the 15th of May to the 18th of August without scoring a run. Some of those were not outs, granted, and some were second 11 games, but he set a record for 12 first-class innings without a run. That season 1990, for those who remember, there was a reduced seam on the ball. They started messing around with the ball that year. That's gone through to Bracey. We started messing around with the ball that year, so it was batsman heavy. It wasn't a good year to be a bowler. And we saw, I think Neil Fairbrother, I think he got 366 or whatever, in a game that year, and we saw some massive scores around the country. But Mark Robinson, that season, he scored a grand total of 3 runs with a highest score of 1 not out. But luckily he had a few not outs, which helped his average to the dizzy heights of 0.5 for the season. Left alone there by Sibley. So yeah, he wasn't known for his batting, it's got to be said. He's the first 11 coach. Paul Farbrace is there as Director of Cricket. Had a career keeping wicket for Kent and Middlesex. But his coaching really he's known for. He started at Kent, had a little stint at Yorkshire, and then he became head coach at Sri Lanka. Singh Dale here. That's gone through to Bracey. He won a World Cup T20 in 2014. And he joined England as assistant under Peter Moores, then Trevor Bayliss. And then he joined Warwickshire in 2019 as sporting director. They've gone for the Italian football club model, Warwickshire, employing a sporting director. Ajit into the wicket. That's well played. That's nicely played actually by Sibley through mid-off. Doesn't really, it's just a firm push. He's going to pick up 2. David Payne running around from mid-on does the fielding. Farbrace got to know Will Rhodes quite well, I think, at Yorkshire, and then Rhodes joined Farbrace. Well, he joined the season before Farbrace turned up at Warwickshire, so maybe there isn't a connection there. That's just played on the leg side. Dominic Goodman, backward of square, does the fielding. Goodman on as 12th man. Ajit Singhdale. Hayne defends. There's a... I don't know if you can hear that on the outside effects, Mike, but there's some... I think it's a bird making a noise in the background. I don't think we have a bullfrog population here in Bristol. I'm not sure. Perhaps we do. I don't know. I don't think so. Zafar in. That's well bowled. That does Hayne. All ends up. Zafar, when he beats a batsman, he sort of has a little skip. He gets a little bit excited. And I tell you what, spin is going to come into this game more and more over the next few days. That's hit Ben Charlesworth at short leg, driven firmly by Sam Hayne, and thumps into Charlesworth, but no damage done. Zafar in. Oh, that's well bowled. That takes... That's what I was talking about earlier. Hayne's looking to work that past Charlesworth into that gap, and it takes a leading edge. Luckily he played that one with soft hands, but it could have gone anywhere. That's better. Full face of the bat there from Sam Hayne to Zafar Gahar. As Hayne just gets that one past Charlesworth with soft hands. Gets the single. Going to be joined shortly by Pete Lamb from the community team here at Gloucestershire. Morning, Pete, just about. It's just still morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you, Dan. Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, good. It's good to be back, isn't it? Good to be back in Bristol, and good to be back with the county championship going on. I don't think we've had a county championship game here since Lancashire at the end of June, because we went to Cheltenham, didn't we? And we were away at Essex, and then we had 2 games in Cheltenham, and then it's all been Royal London since then. So it's good to have 4-day cricket back here in Bristol, as Ajit Singhdale is about to run past Peter Hartley as Hayne defends that one. Hayne's now moved on to 3. Sibley's on 29. Good start from the Gloucestershire boys this morning.
It has been, yeah. I haven't seen vast amounts of it, but I have to say that, don't I? 'Cause I've been busy working away.
Naturally.
No, it looked like a good start, and it's looks like it's a pitch that's going to be pretty conducive to a bit of turn.
I think so, yeah. Both sides have got 2 spinners in their attack. The hosts have got Zafar Gahar and Jack Taylor in there. There's Ajit Singhdale, short and wide, cut firmly, and that's well stopped by Miles Hammond at backward point there. And then Warwickshire have got Danny Briggs, and I'm looking forward to watching Jayant Yadav as well for them. I think he'll be a, you know, he'll be a right handful on this wicket. He really will. So last time we spoke, we had a, I think it was before the community day here. I'll come on to it after this ball from Ajit Singhdale. That's played firmly through mid-off. Graham Van Buren doing the fielding. And the community day is a big success, wasn't it? It was fantastic to see. You know, we had, first of all, the Middlesex game here, where we had kids just running around everywhere. It was just madness, wasn't it? It was absolute, you know, but it's fantastic to see the next generation coming through here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important as well. I think it's important we get the right people through the doors, watching all formats of cricket. one thing we were really keen on community days was making sure there was an awful lot to do, to see, to be a part of, bringing partners in from all angles of the region. We have people like the army and the police here, and even for them, that was probably the first time that they had a chance to do something kind of activating at community events since COVID. So they were excited to kind of get back out there and see people too. So absolutely.
Here's Singdale in, short and wide again, cut to Miles Hammond at backward point. We had I did a podcast away from this, and we had Jared Warner on it last week, and we were talking about Sol Budinger at Nottinghamshire, and he played about 3 out into the car park there, which just missed the police car. And you can imagine the commissioner from the Avon and Somerset Police saying, yeah, go down there, take the car down to the Seat Unique Stadium, then coming back with a cracked windscreen. I mean, it would have just all gone off, wouldn't it? It really would.
Yeah, I'm not sure who you'd call if you hit a police car.
Singdale in, and that's played defensively by Sam Hayne, gets right in behind that. 55 for 2, Hayne's on 3, Sibley still on 29, good over that. I thought it was a fantastic day, but there's been a lot of initiatives here that you and the team have been putting on. We had a schools day earlier in the season as well. That was very successful, wasn't it? It wasn't great to hear it on my outside effects mic with all the kids screaming in my ear, but it was a wonderful day, wasn't it?
Yeah, we try and do as many schools days as possible. They'll kind of come back next year as well. 400 youngsters in the ground. We think probably about 70% of them will be seeing cricket for the first time.
Brilliant.
And that's the idea, is to get cricket in front of people as early as possible.
Ian defended. I think that is the key. I mean, I remember as a kid watching it on TV, but the first time you actually go to a live game of cricket and you see these guys in the flesh is a different scenario. Here's Zafar. Ian as Sibley tickles that one round the corner for a single. I mean, how important is it to get those guys in front of live cricket, or get those kids in front of live cricket?
I think it's important that cricket isn't just something that's seen on a screen. It's not, you can kind of digest your cricket nowadays in so many different formats. Is it something you watch on telly? Is it something you see on YouTube? Is it something you just flick through on socials? And just letting younger people understand that cricket takes place. It takes place on a big field. It takes place all over the country and the world, and it happens. It's not just something that's on a screen.
Yeah.
And the same as all sport. You can't. It's not quite the same unless you're there, and it is different if you're there and taking it in person. So it's really important to get people. Youngsters involved so early.
Yeah, 2 more to Sam Hayne there. Goes sweeping, just gets the top edge. I'll come on to it after this ball from Zafar. Oh, and that's a drop. It went fast to Jack Taylor. It would have been a magnificent catch, but he just can't quite cling on. Hayne going down the wicket there, using his feet, takes the outside edge. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Moves his feet. It goes quickly. It would have been an absolute worldie from Jack Taylor, but he can't quite cling on there. And Sam Hayne lives.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice take, wouldn't it? Not a lot of reaction time there.
That's short and wide and cut by Sibley. Can't get it past David Payne at backward point. Been a couple of drop catches now, both difficult. Dominic Goodman's sprawling effort, diving forward was tough. So that's defended. I'm not really sure. I mean, that is technically a drop catch, but I mean, if it's harsh on Jack Taylor, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a brilliant catch, and I guess we all know Jack and all the team are capable of taking those catches. Sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't.
You'd have still moaned about it if it was dropped off your bowling, though, Pete. Would that be right?
It's bowler's job, isn't it? Not put myself in the bowlers category. Just back to the
go on.
youngsters. The last piece of it that's really important for me is it's great that there are an awful lot of initiatives that take cricket into schools, into all sorts of different arenas, and people can play cricket and they can be a part of it. But actually relating that to what the elite standard of cricket looks like is why I think it's really important to get people through the gates, to get people into the ground and seeing it, so they can actually visually have a representation of what it almost should look like. And I don't want to get into the debate, but whether that's 5-day cricket, 4-day cricket, 50 over, T20, 100 ball cricket, as long as it's cricket, and as long as they're here or wherever they are watching it, then that's a really important stage in kind of cricket cementing itself for years to come. Yeah, definitely.
That's defended there. I think, coming here to Gloucestershire, I think there is a premium on, what sort of on the community and what you're doing, and I think Gloucestershire are leading the way in county cricket in what they're doing. I mean, you see it around other clubs, and I think what you've got as well, you've got two hats on. You've got the city of Bristol on one hand, and then you've got rural Gloucestershire. So I think what you have to do here, I'll come on to it after this ball from Singdale as he comes in past umpire Peter Hartley, and that goes through to James Bracey. I think what you're doing here in Bristol in a city environment compared to, say, what you do at Cheltenham are probably two quite contrasting things. Is that a fair comment?
Completely. I mean, there's some, there are some very obvious differences. We spend 50 weeks of the year here in Bristol. We spent two weeks at a fantastic festival in the north of the county. I think we have
Ajit in defended.
We have a facility here. We really want this facility to be used year round, making sure that we're engaging groups, we're supporting charitable causes and organisations, and making sure that our community gets best use of this facility. I suppose that's something we lack in rural Gloucestershire. Similarly, if we can try and test that programmes and projects can run successfully out of the Seat Unique Stadium, then we're hopeful and we're ready to take them to other places in the county.
Singdale, and that's chopped away. That's going to be 4 runs down through third. Short and wide outside the off stump, and Hayne cashes in. Bit of an outside edge, but ball goes along all the way along the floor, and Hayne's on to 10, and he's just starting to move the scoreboard along a little bit now. He had a very watchful start.
Looked a nice shot there.
He's a good player. He's a very, very good player. I'm surprised, I'm really surprised he's not had an England call up yet. He's gone through his 6,000 first-class career runs today. So that's just off his thigh pad. Runs down to long leg for a single.
Looks like he's made a watchful start to his innings.
Yeah, he's been around for... he's been there for 71 balls. So he's having a proper dig in. But they had to after the start that Gloucestershire got. Had them 24 for 2. Sometimes you've got to just rebuild, haven't you? Put the foundations back into the innings.
Am I right in saying Zafar normally bowls from the opposite end to the one he's...
Yeah, I think he can bowl from both, but he's... Ollie Price is just warming up there at first slip as well, which is quite interesting. That's outside off stump, left alone. There's about 18 minutes left to lunch. Surprised Jack Taylor as well. So with Ollie Price, that's 3 spinners that Gloucestershire have got in their side today. It's going to be A lot of work for James Bracey. That's up in the air. Is that out? And that's given. That's the end of Sam Hayne. Caught, diving catch at short leg. Brilliant stuff from Ben Charlesworth. And little inside edge onto the pad. Loops up over Charlesworth's shoulder. He had to turn and get around. It's not easy for a big guy like Charlesworth, but he did brilliantly there. And that's a great catch. That's the end of Sam Hayne. So that's another wicket on the scoreboard. 64 for 3. Sam Hayne departs for 10. And spin works. We saw it within 45 minutes of the start this morning, which is unusual to say the least, isn't it, Pete?
Absolutely, yeah. Good catch from Ben Charlesworth. Credit to captaincy on keeping individuals around the bat. I think it's easy if you've tried something and haven't had success straight away to kind of move those fielders quite quickly, especially on morning of day one. So a credit to Graham Van Buren for keeping those fielders in and around. Yeah,
definitely. And what I like is the fact that he's got the gap is open at mid-wicket, and we've seen a couple of leading edges because they're seeing that. They're thinking, right, if I can get it past Charlesworth at short leg, there's one there, or two, or perhaps even three. And all I've got to do is get it there. But the ball turns away, and you get a leading edge, and it spoons up into the covers. But that is a really good bit of bowling. I wonder if that's the arm ball, actually. It's just taken the... Because, that can be just as an effective weapon for the slow left armer as the one that turns and goes, can't it?
Definitely, I think. It's always nice to see a Zafar go hard celebration back at the Sibley Unique Stadium as well, especially morning of day one. It's nice to see, but yeah, the old runaway celebrations, fantastic. I don't think we get that from a huge amount of Gloucestershire bowlers, so it's always nice to see.
No, it's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see. Going back to the community stuff, just while we've got Will Rhodes marks his guard out there. We saw sort of collaborations between Bristol Rovers were here, Forest Green Rovers were here, Cheltenham Town were up at Cheltenham. It's natural that kids who are going to be into sport and into football will want to follow cricket into the summer game. How important is it to build relationships with the other sports clubs within the area? I'll come on to it after this ball from Zafar. Rhodes just tickles that one around the corner, no run.
I think the amount of opportunities youngsters have nowadays to get involved in sport is huge. I think to see visual representation on social channels, on telly, men and women playing sport, all different sports on telly is great for them. And I think inevitably you can't end up, if you play a lot of sport when you're young, you can't continue them all, you can't play them all. And you want people to know about cricket and to know it's an option for their summer, and there's plenty of cricket initiatives. There's a good stop.
Yeah, well done, David Payne. Just worked round the corner there from Will Rhodes.
Plenty of initiatives happen throughout the winter as well, so you want to make sure that people have kind of cricket on their mind. But ultimately, anyone who's involved in cricket and has played or watches the game, they know how good for an individual sport can be, and how powerful it can be for all sorts of reasons. So keeping or getting young people into sport of any nature is imperative.
Yeah, you're listening to the voice of Pete Lamb there, who's community engagement manager here at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club.
So Ian's left you today. That wasn't very nice of him.
No, he's left me all on my own. My work wife has gone.
So what have you missed, and what have you not missed of Ian today? Come on.
I've missed. I like to go off on a tangent, and Ian always drags me back into the cricket. He's the voice of reason. He's the Ernie Wise to my Eric Morecambe, and he drags me back into the game. But we're going to see Ollie Price into the attack here. But no, he's. I do miss him, and It's not easy doing this by yourself, Pete. I tell you, it's a tough gig, mate. It's a tough gig.
I should imagine it's not. I thought I'd come and give you a couple of minutes of respite yourself. And come on, the bigger question there is, what have you not missed of Ian as we see Ollie deliver his first ball?
What have I not missed? What have I not missed? What have I not missed? What have we not missed? James Healy producing. I've missed his notes. I've missed his research. He's a very thorough man. That's tossed up. No run.
How many coats would Ian have on right now? You're here in short sleeves.
4 and a gilet.
Okay, that's fair.
And a gilet and possibly a flat cap as well. So, yeah, he's short and wide, and Rhodes punches that out to deep cover. Moves on to 2. Will Rhodes, 27 now, Warwickshire captain. He's got 4,000, or nearly 4,000 first-class runs at 36 apiece. Joined Warwickshire in 2018 after a little loan spell at Essex, having started at Yorkshire. Made an immediate impact there. Got 400s and ended up just shy back in 2018 of 1,000 runs for that season. That's the sort of Ian Randall type research that you need. That's what I've really missed, you know. But Price and Sibley just nurdles that one around the corner, but hits Charlesworth at short leg.
Just looking at the makeup of this side, Dan, you've got, you know, what seems to be a real balance of youth and experience. You've got, you know, batters, your Chris Dent, you know, real senior figure in the batting. You've got David Payne, senior, you know, bowler here, and then even though he's probably about 20 something, James Bracey behind the stumps, who's got a, you know, real senior role to play in this team. The addition of Zafar as a spinner, and then a real makeup of youngsters here. The Prices, Ajit, you've got
Charlesworth,
Ben Charlesworth.
Oh, that's caught behind. No, it's not. Oh, what's happened there? Let's have a look at this on the replay. I thought that's hit the outside of Dominic Sibley's bat. James Bracey was very confident. Let's have a look at this one. It's hit the outside of his pad. It's hit his pad. That's a good decision there from Peter Hartley.
Yeah, they didn't seem too fussed by that, did they?
No.
Sibley or Rhodes, they kind of knew what was going on there.
Yeah. Going back to what you were saying, I'll come on to it before this over. I think what we are seeing are green shoots of recovery. I mean, it's been a miserable season. I'm not going to gloss over that in any shape or any form, but I think since the end of July, we have seen green shoots of recovery. We've had a decent Royal London campaign. I know we didn't qualify, but I think Jack Taylor's led the side with good spirit, and they've showed heart there as Will Rose defends that one. I thought in the game against Somerset, Gloucestershire played all the cricket and would have won that game had it not been washed out on day 4. And I think what we're seeing now is, as you said, they're building the side around a nucleus of young players. And Zafar comes in, defended, and they're going to get through for 1 there because it goes past Charlesworth. So as you said, Ajit Singh Dale, Charlesworth, the Prices. You see it coming through as well. Tommy Borman, England under 19, you know, for Dumbleton, won the National Village Cup on Sunday at Lord's. Ben Wells has come into the side this season. Joe Price has got 250 for the second 11 this season. So you're seeing a good nucleus of young players, and if they can recruit around that over the next few years, I think Gloucestershire are really starting to go places. And I think your job as community, I'll come on to it after this ball. That's well bowled, as that's gone through David Payne at backward point, and they're going to come through for a second. Score moves on to 69 for 3. Sibley on to 32. Will Rhodes on 3. I think your role in the community is going to be easier because I think the kids can identify it with a younger group of players. And I think, if you have open days where the players are, sort of, you've got kids who are 11, 12 years old, Zaffa comes through, and those guys who are coming through into the side of 19, 20, 21, the kids are going to look up to them. It's natural for young kids to do that. And I think there are golden times around the corner here at Gloucestershire. I really do. Zaffa in, well defended there by Sibley.
I agree. I think the more senior figures on the pitch, your Chris Dents, your David Paynes, for example, they also now have youngsters themselves, and they understand the importance of what it means to them. They might not quite know, what it's like to meet a Gloucestershire cricketer and to really, although they would have had that somewhere in their career, but they've kind of set that standard within the dressing room, within the squad. That the mentality is we need to be visible, we need to be out doing things, we need to be representing. They're a walking, talking brand asset, to use a bit more technical terms, and we need to get them out there and show them off, because they're great at that. And the youngsters, your Prices, your Ajit, and the guys who have Ben and Luke Charlesworth have both been fantastic this summer. Dom Goodman, going out
that's
to
another one.
places,
Yeah,
seeing kind of people, seeing groups of cricketers, and inspiring ultimately.
Yeah, I saw David Payne doing a bit of coaching. Ollie Price in, and Will Rose defend. I saw David Payne doing a little bit of coaching at the Thatcher's Open Day at the weekend on social media. It looked not only a good bowler himself, he's going to be a good coach, isn't he? Price in. Oh, that's well bowled. Just angling that into Will Rose's leg stump.
Yeah, from by all accounts, it was a fantastic day, and it's again a partner of ours, possibly not for the youngsters, but it's a partner of ours that we want to continue doing some good work with.
Yeah,
I think David is going to be a very good coach. I'd argue he probably already is, and I think, just going back to the point about the makeup of the squad, I think not only are there opportunities for your Prices, Goodmans, Singh Dales to be playing cricket, to be playing 50 over 4-day cricket regularly, but they've also got someone they can look up to and perhaps learn off of as well in David Payne and the likes. So I think that's a hugely important part of learning.
Misfield there. It's that Tom Price there, just on the ends of the squares. That bit battered this time of the season, as it is everywhere, and just misfields and allows them to scamper through for a single. Yeah, I think you're right. I think what's lovely about this club, and it's been my first full season here, as that's worked around the corner there by Sibley, using that bottom hand that he puts to good effect. I think what's really lovely is you do feel like it's a community club here. You feel like it's your local village club at a professional level. That's just worked into the onside there. That's a good sprawling stop by Chris Dent, but they get through for a single. 71 for 3, 25 overs gone. We've got probably one more over until lunch, as Will Rose is on 4, Sibley's on 33. It feels like a village club here, but at a professional level, doesn't it? And I think what's great is, the work you've done with the community, the work you've done with the people in Bristol here as well. I mean, we saw it. You had a disabled cricket here last week, which I think is, I've worked on that Disability Premier League, which has been absolutely fantastic and a wonderful standard. And I think what it goes to show here at Gloucestershire is the game is open to everyone, isn't it? Is Zaffa defended?
We want to make sure people know that they're welcome in cricket. I think that's not an easy thing to do, but at the same time, I think there are some very easy ways to make that happen. Hosting the Disability Premier League, the DPL final here, I mean, it should be at a first-class county ground.
Yeah.
I thought it was a fantastic game of cricket, and I see that as part and parcel of playing at a county. Whether it's at the Unique Stadium next year or whether it is elsewhere, that really needs to be a showcase event. And having it just before the England-India women's match was a good idea as well, because the crowd could come in early and take some of it in.
Yeah. I think they might actually get one more over here before lunch. There's still 2 minutes, and Zaffar's quick through his overs as well, isn't he? So I think you're right. I think it's crucial, and I think we saw the work that James Bracey and those guys did in the indoor centre over there about a month ago. It was on social media, and I think that's fantastic to see. That's another dot ball. One more ball for a maiden for Zaffar here. Yeah, I think it's hugely important, and it's played out to mid-on, and they're going to scamper through for one direct hit. It's hit the stumps. It's going to go for overthrows off the stumps. Just the one. As Sibley comes back for two. It's a firmly out to mid-on. Graham Van Buren's run round. He's hit the stumps directly. He's close. Sibley's not grounding his bat there. He's just run in quite casually. And it's cannoned off stump and gone out to deep cover for an extra run. But it was worth a shot, and Sibley was rather casual about that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I can see why there was a bigger appeal than it initially looked like there should have been, because Sibley hadn't run his bat in at all, or didn't even look like he was attempting to make his grounder.
That would have been rather careless on the stroke of lunch, wouldn't it? So, right, we're going to see Ollie Price bowl the last one before lunch. Here he comes. A little bit of turn to coming around the wicket to the left-handed Will Rhodes. Well, Pete, it's been fantastic having you with us. It's been, long may you continue to do the job that you're doing. There's a dot ball, and it's, I think, what you and Jess and John Hook and people like that in the office are doing is, a credit to your team, and it's also a credit to Gloucestershire County Cricket Club as well. So, well done, and thanks for joining us as well. It's been always good to get an insight into what you're doing in the community, and also to hear your views on the game of cricket as well.
Thank you for having me. Thought I'd come join you and James for a quick half an hour this morning.
Yeah, hopefully. No, it's great, and if Ian's not around, pop in tomorrow as well. We'll get you doing ball by ball. We'll get you doing a bit of ball by ball commentary. Josh Shaw, by the way, is banned from doing ball by ball, because whenever he comes on and does it, the wicket falls.
I should hope he is.
There's a dot ball there. Will Rhodes playing for lunch here.
Yeah, I think they've been playing for lunch for a couple of overs actually, which is a positive, because whilst there's two spinners on at the moment, there's actually a couple more in the Gloucestershire team who can twirl their arm over. So I'd be interested to see how many others may get a bowl if this really does turn into a spin fest. There
we go. That's lunch. Maiden over from Ollie Price. Warwickshire go into lunch on 73 for 3. We had a fast start this morning from Rob Yates, who crashed Ajit Singh Dale for a couple of fours before he fended one off to Jack Taylor at first slip with a score on 21. Alex Davis then came and went for 3 with a score on 24. He was bowled by an absolute peach from David Payne, which angled across him, nipped back through the gate and took the top of off stump. And not a lot you can do about those. Sam Hayne and Dominic Sibley then played quite comfortably and took the score on to 64 before Hayne got a thick inside edge onto his pad, and it was a great tumbling catch there from Ben Charlesworth. He disappeared for a rather conservative and circumspect 10 runs. But Will Rhodes has come in and rebuilt it with Sibley. Sibley goes into lunch, 35 not out. Will Rhodes on 4, and they'll be wanting to see the back of Sibley after his 106 not out at Cheltenham. So that's 141 runs he's scored now without Gloucestershire dismissing him this season, and they'll be sick of the sight of Dominic Sibley, so they'll want him out pretty soon after lunch. But we're going to grab something to eat. We'll be back in 40 minutes, and come and join us, and it should be a very interesting afternoon's play. We'll see you soon. Good afternoon and welcome back here to the Seat Unique Stadium where Warwickshire will resume on 73 for 3. Wickets for Ajit Singh Dale, one for David Payne and one for Zafar Gahar. As Rob Yates went for 19, Alex Davis went for 3 and Sam Hayne went for 10. Will Rhodes is there, he's going to resume on 4 not out, and Dominic Sibley on 35. Rather patient knock this morning. It'll be an interesting afternoon. This pitch is starting to turn. It's conducive to spin, and we are going to see whether Warwickshire can manage to counteract that and actually get some batting points on the board, which they really need here, because if they get bowled out for less than 200 here, it will be huge in the context of the county championship. They've got to go to Hampshire next week. So we're going to see Zafar. First ball after lunch. We'll keep you. Come on to scores around the country in a minute. Getting to the business end of the season. Here's Zafar. Bowls to Sibley. Punches that one out to mid-on. Surrey at the Oval. 85 for 3 in the game against Yorkshire. Somerset choosing to bat at Taunton against Northamptonshire. Oh, that's well bowled. Tossed up a little higher by Zafar. Somerset chose to bat there 55 for 1. Lancashire in a spot of bother at Chelmsford. 89 for 6. Sure, Mr. Porter and Mr. Cook have probably been amongst the wickets there. Sibley just defends that one out into the offside. Kent against Hampshire. Kent in serious trouble. Got Hampshire to play, and then they've got Somerset next week. They're probably my tip to go down. They're 35 for 5 down at Southampton. They're in, like Mark Knopfler, they're in dire straits. Sibley plays that one out to mid-on. Sussex 50 for 3 down in Division 2 in their game up at Chester Street. Nice local one for them. just a mere trek from Brighton up to Durham. That's the first over gone after lunch. That's a maiden for Zafar Gahar. Also in Division 2, Glamorgan 100 for 1 at Cardiff. And Middlesex are 96 for 4 up at Leicester. Middlesex going for the title. Worcestershire 99 for 5 in their game against Nottinghamshire. So it's all happening in the county championship. David Payne's going to take us away from the Ashley Down Road end after lunch. Just straying onto Will Rhodes' leg stump, and he turns him around the corner. Zafar Gahar down at long leg. Ben Compton opening up for Kent is still there. He's on 18 not out. Joey Everson, he's England under 19, just signed from Nottinghamshire. He looks supposed to be the replacement for Darren Stevens. He's on 7 not out. But Hampshire Played into the offside. That's scampered through. Good running there from Sibley. Calls for it straight away. And gets a single. So in that game, Kyle Abbott's got 3. Keith Barker 1. Mohammed Abbas 1. And Hampshire's attack could be the reason why they could be getting there first. That's a big shout for LBW there. Let's have another look at it. I think it's going down the leg side. Let's have a look at that one. You can see this on the replay coming up. There we go. Payne in. Yeah, just angling. Oh, I don't know, Bracey's. He's gone across quite a long way there, Will Rhodes. Reminder, first T20 takes place in Karachi between Pakistan and England in a couple of hours. Payne just angling that one across Sibley. The game at Chelmsford. That's a good bit of work off his own bowling there by David Payne, because that could have been 4 runs the way Sibley timed that. Cook's only got the 1. It's Shane Snater. He's got a couple. He nipped out the 2 openers for Lancashire. Been so impressive this year. Luke Wells, Keaton Jennings. And then Simon Harmer. Sibley pumps that one out into the onside. Simon Harmer, just the 3 wickets so far. 3 for 18 off 7. In fact, they're 89 for 7. Cook's just taken another one. 2 for Cook, 2 for Snater, 2 for Harmer. At the Oval, Surrey. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes rebuilding. How controversial would that be if they put on a big score here? Somerset not allowed to play Jack Leach today. The ECB put a block on it. They're not allowed to play him. Yet Surrey allowed to play Ben Folkes and Ollie Pope. Wow. I mean, that would put the cat amongst the pigeons. Is Africa. Oh! Oh! Good loop there. Rhodes. Flummoxed. Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar. Just turns Rhodes a little bit. Ben Code's got a couple of wickets for Yorkshire in that game against Surrey. Got Rory Burns for a duck. Ryan Patel for 41. Steve Patterson coming to the end of his career at Yorkshire. He got Hashim Amla. But Pope and Folkes rebuilding. Zafar just defended there by Will Rhodes. Anyway, enough about that. Let's get on to this relegation battle here. As Rhodes turns that one around the corner, and there's a single. So Gloucestershire not yet mathematically relegated. They need to pick up 24 points in both their games this week. Warwickshire at home. Oh, that's well bowled. Goes past Sibley's outside edge. Gloucestershire for the greatest escape ever. Since Steve McQueen got on his motorbike, would need 24 points from 2 games. Each game 24 points. Sibley defends. and Warwickshire and Kent to get less than 6. Both of them in both their games, which is a tall order, isn't it? It really is a tall order. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. Strange things happen in this game. Can they pull it off? Well, what they'd need to do here is they would need to bowl Warwickshire out for less than 200. They'd also need to get 400 themselves for probably less than 6. There's Rhodes, works that. Warwickshire skipper. They'd probably need, I'd say, 6 points, and then they'd need to go and bowl Warwickshire out. So Warwickshire then would need 4 points from their last game away at Hampshire. You never know. You never know. Unlikely. Well bowled, David Payne, just in the right areas there, bowling in decent channels. Drop us a line this afternoon. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. I've got no Ian Randall with me today. It's just me, Dan Whiting. Rather lonely. Keep me occupied. Drop us an email. Let us know what your thoughts are on that Jack Leach scenario at Somerset. That's just angled in to Rhodes' pad. Yeah, let us know what you think of that Jack Leach scenario where he's not allowed to play for Somerset, yet Folkes and Pope are allowed to play for Surrey. Is that fair? Is that right? Drop us a line if you're a Warwickshire fan. What's gone wrong this year? Why were you champions last year and now you're battling relegation this year? That's a lovely shot. Will Rhodes, that's gone down the ground. That's 4 runs. He's just leant on that. And that's gone all the way down to the fence at the Ashley Down Road end below us. Pure timing there. Yeah, I'd be interested to know what Warwickshire fans think, and you know why you're in a relegation battle. I know you've had no Folkes. There's no Norwell or Miles, both ex-Gloucestershire players. That's a little bit high. It's Rhodes on the thigh pad. And I know Stone is away, and I think Wokes is away with England now as well. But why are you battling relegation, having been champions last year, or having won the Bob Willis Trophy final? That's a lovely shot there. Will Rhodes just wristily turns that one into the onside, and that races away for 4. Second boundary of the over, and that's David Payne just going a little bit too full there, perhaps. 82 for 3. 85 for 3. Scoreboard just a little bit slow there in front of the office. There it is on your TV. It's Sibley, James Bracey. Been to the barbers by the look of it. Ben Charlesworth, the man under the lid at short leg. Managed to snaffle Sam Hayne. Big wicket. Here's Zaffa. That's a nice shot there by Sibley. That's going to be 4 run. No, it's not. It's the man on the offsides come round. Thrown it in. And Zaffa, who is still on the deck, cops one on the knee. Having the ball being thrown in. I thought that was 4 runs. It had 4 runs written all over it. The timing. The outfield just not quite as fast as it was a few weeks back. It's greened up a little bit. Zaffer short and turns. Rhodes pulls him out to Tom Price out at deep square. Leaves that one alone. It's outside his off stump. Warwickshire with a poor record in Bristol. Only won here once in the last 60 years. There's Zaffer. Sibley drives at that. Zaffer. And that's a glorious shot there, Sibley. Goes out through extra cover for 4 runs. Sibley, he's much maligned, but he has got some shots. He looks a slightly different player than the one we saw for England, I think. He's not so much shoveling it to leg side. I think he's got a few more offside shots, and I think he's staying possibly a little bit more leg side of the ball. And I think we're seeing a player who's a little bit more pleasing on the eye than the one we saw opening the batting for England. Zaffer, that completes the over. 91 for 3. Just a note, I don't know if it happened at lunchtime. I was too busy scoffing my grub. But the Gloucestershire Exiles are presenting Graham Van Buren at some point with his 2021 Player of the Year award, voted for by the Exiles, by their membership. I'm not sure whether it's happened or whether it's going to happen, but well done Graham Van Buren, very popular man, this neck of the woods. Always got a smile on his face, always got a nice word for people. And there's David Payne. Just chopped into the ground there by Rhodes. One thing resonated with me with Graham Van Buren after the Northamptonshire game. At Cheltenham, they'd lost it, but it set up a rather enterprising declaration. Gloucestershire made a good fist of that game. They pushed Northamptonshire all the way. I think they got it 8 down. And Graham Van Buren said to me, I hope the fans now realise that the players care. That's late cut there by Rhodes. That's a very pleasant shot as well. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Warwickshire coming out after lunch in quite aggressive mood, and you wonder if the ball's got a little bit old now and if it's getting easier to bat out here. But that was a very nice shot, Will Rhodes. Just let the ball come onto him, played it late down through gully, away for 4 runs. But Graham Van Buren, you know, caring about what the fans think, and you know, I don't think the fans have thought that the players don't care at all at any point this season. I think that's, you know, but it matters to the players. It matters how they're perceived by the fans here at Gloucestershire, and you know, Graham Van Buren cares. I think the players care, and although it's been a miserable season, I'm expecting them to bounce back next year. Fully expecting it. Payne in, played firmly through mid-wicket, but Chris Dent stops it. Rhodes looking as if he's getting into his work here, looking as if he's going to enjoy himself. Crucial part of the day here. That was again a similar sort of shot. Rhodes leaning back, trying to work it back with a square on the offside. I think that's Goodman on as 12th man again. Payne, nice bit of shape away. Rhodes drives out to mid-off. Wispy clouds here in Bristol. Sun shining through. When the sun comes out, it's quite warm. That's well bowled. Rose just jamming down on that. Nearly squeezes through. There's the scorecard. Yates 19, Sibley 41 not out. Davis was out for 3. Sam Hayne for 10. And Will Rhodes, he's on 19 not out. His partnership starting to build. He's worth 31. Can Zaffa break it? Zaffa to Sibley, leaves it alone. That's well bowled. That's beaten Sibley on the outside edge. A few spectators in here at Bristol, a few down below us in the Marker Lane and the Jack Russell stands. Defended, no run. Gloucestershire faithful, few out there in front of the Thatcher's bar. Few on the Hammond roof above the Thatcher's bar. Tossed up by Zaffa, no run. Cries Sibley as he defends that one stoutly. And there's just a smattering of spectators in the mound stand. So left, few in the pavilion. Turn. Sibley has nothing to do with that one. Somerset have lost another wicket down at Taunton. Oh, that's well bowled by Zaffa. That completes the over, 95 for 3. Somerset have lost another wicket. Kent 44 for 5. Sussex 54 for 4. Nothing else really to report. More or less the same. No major clatter of wickets since lunch. Meanwhile, here in Bristol, crucial part of the game here. Will Rhodes skippering, leading from the front for Warwickshire. Side reduced to 64 for 3. Could have gone either way there, but he's managing to rebuild here. Another wicket now. Warwickshire could be in deep trouble. It opens the door down to the middle and lower order. However, another 50 runs, you know, takes you to 150 for 3 on this wicket that's got a little bit of spin in it. With Jane Yadav in your side, you'd be confident. Payne in, Rhodes defends, gets on the front foot, defends that one nicely. Payne. Played nicely, good fielding. Chris Dent diving away to his right, cuts that off. Rhodes looks strong in that area through mid-wicket. Nice stop though. Defended. No run. Umpires today, Peter Hartley. Rob White. Hartley. Great career with Yorkshire. Through the 80s. Payne into the attack. No run. Rob White will be remembered by Gloucestershire fans. That's defended there by Rhodes. That completes the over. Rob White, he burst into county cricket in spectacular style back in 2002. In just his 5th first-class match. He scored 277 against Gloucestershire, which was at the time the highest score for a maiden first-class century in England. Northants lad. Here's Zaffa. Went to Durham University, Loughborough. That's defended. Went to Stowe School, where I believe Northants played. Lovely venue there. Warwickshire have used rugby school as well, I believe. Short and wide and crashed through the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs. Yep, slow wicket here at Bristol, and if you drop it short, it's just going to sit up and say, cut me. And Dominic Sibley obliged. It's not often that Warwickshire stray far from their beloved Edgbaston, but they've used a couple of outgrounds in recent years. Stratford upon Avon, which I believe is the club of Jim Troughton, the Swan's Nest. Their lovely ground on the river, right in the centre. Oh, that's just stopped on Sibley. Didn't play that one particularly elegantly, but he's still there. Rugby they've used as well, I believe. But not often they venture far from Edgbaston. And I do love a trip to Edgbaston. Lovely neck of the woods. Good people up there. Good laugh, good fun. That's bat pad, is it? No. Sibley lives to fight another day. Here's Zaffa. Oh, and that's a thick outside edge by Sibley. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but moral victory to Zaffa there. It flies past Jack Taylor at second slip. And that is 50. Oh, sorry, it's 100. It's 100 up. Sibley's on 49. So, Dan the Bear in Kennington, we had a great email from you, and thank you for taking your time to write us this email, and it's why Warwickshire have struggled. David Payne into Rhodes, who defends that. To answer your question, why the Bears have struggled this season, the short version is that we overachieved last year and have underachieved this year. The long version is Rob Yates, who scored several centuries last season, can't seem to buy a run this season, has been in and out of the team. New signing Alex Davis has been in terrible form but continues to be picked. Of the batters, only Sam Hayne and Michael Burgess have stood up. Well, quick look through the averages there. Payne comes in. That's well bowled, beats Rhodes outside the off stump. So the batting average is Sam Hayne, 76.64. He scored 1,073 runs in 17 innings. Matthew Lamb has scored nearly 500, but he's not even in the squad at the moment. Burgess has got 745 at 41.38. Then Sibley at 36. That's tickled around the corner, and that's great work by Zaffaga. Oh, down there, saves a certain 4 runs, keeps it down to 1. Then you've got Rhodes at 32, Norwell 31, Davis 29, Henry Brooks 18, and so on. So, yeah, I can see that is sort of where it's probably going wrong. Also been hit badly by injuries to this pace attack. Norwell's had a stop to start the season, while Wokes and Stone haven't got started at all. Had some bad luck with overseas. Siraj was a great signing, but he's gone home after 1 game. What's happened there? Why has Siraj gone home after 1 game? Payne in, firmly driven by Sibley. I thought Siraj was here for the relegation run-in. Danny Briggs had a good year last year with the bat and ball, but hasn't contributed much in 2022. And the Ollie Tannen-Dolby has carried the bowling attack for most of the year. Behind the scenes upheaval too, with Farbrace announcing his departure and a replacement yet to be named. Sibley plays that into the offside. Ashley Giles seems to be the name in the frame. But, you know, let's see what happens there. A couple of players leaving too. Sibley going to Surrey, as we mentioned earlier. And Stone is going to Notts. So, yeah, I can see it hasn't been a happy season up in Birmingham. And Dan, that's a great email. Thanks, mate. That's a great bit of fielding round the corner there, Ben Charlesworth. Sibley warming to his task on 49. Gloucestershire really need to find the answer. How to prize him from the crease, because they couldn't find it up at Cheltenham in the Royal London Cup. And they're struggling here at Bristol. It's a great email, Dan. And I can see now why it's been a season of struggle and a miserable year at Edgbaston. And, you know, I think... I personally don't think Warwickshire will go down. They need some points out of this one, though. This is a crucial game for them in the context of their relegation battle. But I think Kent might go, personally. Rhodes tickles that one round the corner. Payne can't quite get to it, but Tom Price sweeps up behind him. A bit of a wild throw. Luckily his brother Ollie backing up James Bracey. Played to mid-on there by Sibley. That's played down the ground. Sibley still can't quite get it away. Defended again. Zaffa bowling tidily. Not as threatening as he possibly was before lunch, but he's tidy here. Gloucestershire got a plethora of spin options. There, that's played out. Sibley thought about the single, didn't fancy it. They've got a lot of spin options up their sleeve. Jack Taylor with his leg spin. Graham Van Buren, slow left armour. Ollie Price had a couple of overs before lunch. Dot ball. That completes the over. 105 for 3. Sibley on 49. Rhodes 21. Miles Hammond can bowl a little bit of spin as well. A little bit of off spin. Chris Dent can bowl a little bit of slow left arm. Wherever you look in this Gloucestershire side, there's spin options. It's only really David Payne, Ajit Singh Dale, Tom Price, they're the seamers, Ben Charlesworth's the seamer, and James Bracey. Everyone else is a spinner. We'll see Tom Price into the attack. Outstanding season. Cricket, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he does in his career, because I think he has potential to go all the way. I think he's got 3 fifers this year. Got another one in the last game against Somerset. Got a hat-trick in the game against Kent. And he's done very well. Been the beacon of light in a miserable year here at BS7. Over pitching first ball. Rhodes whips him through mid-wicket. They're going to get 2. There's a good bit of fielding out there in the deep. Excellent work by Graham Van Buren. Gloucestershire bowlers have been a little bit too full since lunch. This pitch is doing a little bit, and I wonder if they're getting a little bit excited and going a little bit too full, getting greedy. That's better length there from Price. I think this is one of those pitches where you have to work a batsman out over a succession of deliveries. It's not one of those where you're searching for the magic ball. Although David Payne did bowl Alex Davis with a magic ball this morning. But I think it's one of those where you have to work somebody out. That's just played into the onside by Rhodes. And it's a single. Although in a way you do wonder whether Payne's delivery was, you know, slanted across Davis, slant across, and then one nips back in. And it's the old 3-card trick. Away, away, in. Price in again, that's too full, and that's good work there. That's Dominic Sibley's 50. 114 balls. Very patient, and without that, Warwickshire would be in a lot of trouble. Well batted, Dominic Sibley. 6 4s. 2 hours 40 minutes he's been at the crease. That's out. Great ball. Tom Price does the trick again. If you want a wicket, you bring on Tom Price. Caught there. Second slip. Good catch. Caught Ollie Price, I think that is. Good catch. Takes the shoulder of his bat. Again, very similar to the dismissal we saw of Rob Yates this morning, where he just guides it, he follows it and doesn't play it under his head, and he'll be disappointed, Will Rhodes, there, that he's actually played that one away from his body. He probably didn't need to play at that. But he departs for a well-made 24, and this game ebbs and flows and oscillates again. 109 for 4. It's in the balance. Oh. This game of cricket never fails to amaze me. Just you think Warwickshire are rebuilding. They're actually sort of, going to go quite serenely on to tea. They're going to end up sort of 150 for 3 at tea. All of a sudden, Tom Price strikes, and yet again he picks up another wicket, and he's been absolutely wonderful this year. Never mind Young Player of the Year, I think a lot of people have got him pencilled in as their Player of the Year, Tom Price, even though he's only coming to the side from June onwards. I think he's had such an impact on this bowling attack, which was looking a little bit samey up until he arrived in June, and I think he made a huge difference. You can see Jayant Yadav come in. This guy can bat. He's a bowler, he's a spin bowler primarily, but he can bat. Here's Tom Price to him. Defends that and gets off the mark straight away. Throw there from Graham Van Buren. Almost takes Yadav's head off, but so Yadav was... Let's have a look at this again. Dismissal of... Yeah, he doesn't need to play at that a little bit. He's furious with himself. He's followed that. But I think that is the previous balls from Price. As I said about working a batsman over a number of deliveries, and I think he's gone into him. And that one has just gone straight, and he's followed it. So Jayant Yadav... Oh, we're going to see Graham Van Buren into the attack. But Jayant Yadav, he has got he's part of the second best 8th wicket partnership in the world ever. 241 in Test cricket this is. Got 100 for India, and he put on 241 with Virat Kohli. Yadav coming in at number 9. Here's Van Buren into him. Oh, and that's taken the edge. Yadav's going to get 4 runs, but he wasn't in control of that. And it's gone through second slip. There was second slip in there, I tell you. I think Yadav might have been on his way back to the pavilion. So this is an amazing story, actually, about Jayant Yadav, who's... Anirudh Chowdhury, who was the Indian tour manager, mentioned it a couple of years ago. That's well bowled by Graham Van Buren. And sadly, Jayant Yadav's mother was killed in a plane crash 18 years before this story emerged. That's biffed out to mid-on. And it was a lady called Jyoti Yadav who brought him up as her own, gave him the love and affection that every mother needs to bring, and allowing his dream to play for India, which Jayant fulfilled. So a sad story, but you know, I'm sure his mother would have been very proud of him if she could see him representing his country. Here's Graham Van Buren in. Plays that one a little bit late. That's the end of that over. Yadav started out with, well, he's from Delhi and he came through Haryana as his state. But in the IPL he started playing for Delhi Daredevils, who they're now the Delhi Capitals from 2014 to 2018. Then Mumbai Indians from 2018 till 2021. And last season he played for the Gujarat Titans. That wonderful stadium in Ahmedabad. Tom Price in. Sibley defends that into the onside. Close run. Good running. Ben Charlesworth quick in there from cover point, but Sibley makes it home. Lovely state, Gujarat. Well, it's a little bit unnerving, the fact that's defended into the offside. A little bit unnerving, the fact that holiday makers that go out to the west of Gujarat can be on the beach and suddenly an Asiatic lion just wanders down from the mountains. I'll be off my sunbed and I'd be a speck in the distance before you know it. You think Dominic Sibley's quick between the wickets here? You haven't seen me when an Asiatic lion comes onto the beach. Price, past umpire Peter Hartley. Defended by Yadav. Yeah, Yadav just played 4 tests for India. I suppose it's quite tough to break into that side when you've got Ravindra Jadeja. Ashwin. Bouncer. Yeah, when you've got Ashwin, Jadeja, and Axar Patel. So he's probably a little bit down the pecking order. Although we have seen some pitches which are rather conducive to turn in India, on the last tour especially. Good areas from Price. $115 for 4 in the 46th over. Plane in the distance there, taking off from Bristol Airport. People still going on holiday. Defended by Yadav. James Healy probably getting another holiday pretty soon. He's the Judith Chalmers of the Gloucestershire stream. Wish you were here. He's away less often, slightly, than Judith was back in the day. Here's Van Buren. Defended. He hasn't bowled a lot since that shoulder injury. He hit a horrific shoulder injury here where he was out the side for 6 weeks. Maybe a month, where he dislocated his shoulder in the game against Somerset, diving for a ball on the boundary. And it looked horrible. And it's defended off the back foot there by Sibley. It looked horrible. It looked one of those where you just know immediately something's not right. And seeing him lying prone on the surface on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. Sibley plays it out to mid-off. Just, it wasn't a good moment in the season. And it's good to see him back in action. Played into the offside. That's the end of the over. 115 for 4. Gloucestershire whizzing through their overs today. 47 overs. We might get away on time, James Healy, tonight. You never know. It's not often we've had that this season. It's been all seam attacks, and then the no balls. We've been getting away at 7 o'clock a lot of the time. Little conflab here between the think tank in this Gloucestershire side, Payne, Van Buren, and then Tom Price with the ball. They're going to offer Yadav the mid-wicket. Here's Tom Price. That's down the leg side. It flicked something. I think it was pad, because Ollie Price and Jack Taylor were interested at first and second, but James Bracey, who caught it, and Tom Price weren't interested at all. Price in. It's a heavy ball. That hits the splice of Yadav's bat there. Good bowling. Lancashire being bowled all out for 131 at Chelmsford. Somerset still 2 down. Kent 69 for 5. A little bit of recovery going on there. Surrey 136 for 3. Folkes and Pope allowed to play. Defended by Yadav. No run. Somerset 82 for 2. That's a nice shot by Yadav, well fielded by Graham Van Buren. He's a stylish player, Yadav. I like the look of him. He's looking to put back to ball. He's at number 9 for India. 7 and 8 must be decent players. He looks a good player, this guy. Price in. Defended. Head over the ball. Yeah, they're very correct. Coaches like that. Nice high elbow. 115. There's the scorecard. 48 overs gone. Halfway through the day. Just 16 overs left to tea. Van Buren. That's a big shout for LBW. What's happened here? Let's have a look at this again. I was blocked off by the batsman. I couldn't really see what's happened too much there, but it's well bowled by Van Buren. They've got through for a leg by, so there's no bat involved. Whatever it is, it's one more to the total. Yadav then defends the next ball out to cover. Van Buren asking the questions of Yadav here. Yadav will like a bowl on this later. Let's turn around the corner for one. Defended by Sibley. This is a lot of dust on this wicket. Pushed out mid-off, running through for a single. Oh, that was tight. Sibley was gone there, I think, if that hit directly. That's about the third one he's done this morning. Graham Van Buren giving him a cheeky smile. It'd be careless if Sibley got out here, run out. It really would. Warwickshire need him to build this innings. Another wicket here there opens the door to the tail. And they don't really need to do that. They just need to be patient and build and build and build. But this wicket, there's a lot of dust out there. And Yadav will feel right at home. Less Montpellier, more Montdelier. We saw it at Bristol last year at the end of the season. Zafar Gahar got a load of wickets in the game against Durham, which Gloucestershire won in 2 days. We saw Bristol starts to rag this time of year. It starts to turn and go square. Tom Price to Sibley, who brings the bottom hand in, works it through square leg. Miles Hammond there. Actually, it's Charlesworth. Oh, that's well bowled, Tom Price. A little bit of extra nip there. Oh, yeah, thick inside edge, straight onto the unmentionables there for Dominic Sibley. Price in. That's well bowled. That just tails back in. Not sure Sibley picked that one. I think he thought it's the away swinger. But he knows where his off stump is. And he's not giving this away, Sibley. Playing good, hard, attritional cricket. And sometimes when you're in a relegation battle, that's exactly what you need. Oh, again, he's got one in the same place. 2 balls in 3. Oh, Sibley. Let's have another look at this one. I don't think this one has copped him flush on the box, but... Why is it always... Everyone on the ground finds it rather amusing, apart from the poor bloke who gets hit there. Tom Price. Oh, that's well played. Sibley, soft hands. I think he's going to get 4 runs. No, he's not. It's pulled in just shy of the rope. Actually, they keep it down to 2. It's good work there. Combination. I think that's Miles Hammond and Ollie Price down there. Excellent stuff. That's a nice shot from Sibley, although it hits one of the ends of the square there and actually kicks up. There's a close tight run there, but Yadav gets back for 3. I think that would have been 4, but the ball's hit a used wicket, which I think that they quite possibly used last week for the ladies' game. Here, the international against India, and I think the ball has hit the end there and sort of stopped a little bit, kicked up, and a little bit of the pace was taken away off it. Still 1, 2, 3 for 4. Sibley 57, Yadav on 6. Graham Van Buren here. Can he winkle out one more before tea? Can he make it happen? Played into the offside there by Sibley. Pleasantly played. Out to deep cover. Tom Price doing the fielding out there in the deep. Oh, Yadav's got it through that area again. He's going to get 4 runs. You wonder if it's a second slip in there needed, because he's backed away. One's gone through the air. That one went along the floor. It says the same in the book as the previous one. It's 4 runs. He's cutting too close to his body there, Giant Yadav. That's why it's going through that area. There's still no second slip in place. Played out to mid-on. Flighted by Van Buren. Yeah, that plays out to cover. 129 for 4. 51 overs gone. Sibley 58, Yadav on 11. There's the bowling figures. 1 for 31 for Payne, 1 for 22 for Dale, 1 for 24 for Tom Price, and 1 for 33 from Zaffa, Ollie Price and Graham Van Buren. Wicketless at the moment. Price will take us away from the actually down road end. That's carved back with a square, short and wide, and Yadav. Well, he's got 14. 12 of them have been down to third. And he looks quite strong. Back with a square on the offside. He can cut. Played into the onside. We're talking about Warwickshire's side of the 80s and 90s, which were, well, it's the 90s really that was so strong, but two of the guys coming to the end of their careers there were Gladstone Small and Paul Smith, who were both wonderful quick bowlers back in their day, back in the 80s. And they lived together in a house in Birmingham, and neither, I don't think, was overly fond of the washing up, and having run out of saucepans. Oh, big thick inside edge. Having run out of saucepans, Paul Smith decided to cook baked beans in the kettle. True story. Gladstone Small, famous for bowling an 18-ball over at the Courtaulds ground in Coventry back in 1982 against Middlesex. Tom Price in, Yadav defends. It was littered with no balls and caused the Warwickshire wicket-keeper at the time, Jeff Humpage, to say, "We wanted 3 quick overs out of Gladstone, we just didn't realise they'd all be in one go." Price. Passed umpire Hartley. Yadav plays that out to mid-on, and that's misfield there from Ajit Singh Dale, and they're going to come through for 2. And Gloucestershire just looking a little ragged here, and I wonder if it's time just to change things up possibly, because since that wicket they need to keep the momentum, not allow Warwickshire into the game. Nice from Tom Price, nice areas, nice lines, nice lengths. That completes the over. 135 for 4. Paul Smith, wonderful story there. Well, it's a very sad story, if I'm honest with you. But after he retired from playing, he got himself into a few issues with various aspects of his life, as can often happen to people. He ended up homeless on the streets of Compton in Los Angeles, which is an area plagued by gang violence, the Bloods and the Crips, and what a Warwickshire pace bowler was doing on the streets there. You have to wonder, but hey, he's sorted himself out and he's back on. And we had him on the podcast last year, and he's a a very entertaining man, Paul Smith, and he was seriously quick back in the day as well. He was a good bowler and a real hard-hitting batsman. And when you think of some of the all-rounders that England played in the 80s, the likes of Derek Pringle or David Capel, who were decent cricketers, but Paul Smith a bit unlucky not to get a go. Zafar Gahar is into the attack. Sibley plays that out to mid-on. Throw comes in. It's about the fourth one that Sibley's probably managed to get a run out of nothing from. Zafar. Oh, he's bowled him. Done Yadav on ball. Yadav goes for 17. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, on ball. Just a little bit quicker. Pushed it through a little bit quicker as well. And Yadav goes, and Gloucestershire needed that wicket because it was just starting to go a little bit quiet. And Zafar strikes. The magic man. That sounds like the voice of Ben Feasy on the PA. Oh, it's Dan White, apparently, I've been told. Both of them say Zafar Gahar. So I thought it was Ben Feasy who we had up at Cheltenham, but it's Dan White. Not to be confused with me, Dan Whiting. So 136 for 5. What way is this game going? And coming to the wicket, I think, is Jacob Bethel, who I was very, very impressed with. Not only me, better judges than me. Ian Bell. When he was a year ago, Ian Bell described him as the best 17-year-old he's ever seen. But he's a good cricketer. Born in Barbados. Raised in Barbados. Was the vice captain of the England under-19 side. Yep, it is Jacob Bethel. Zafar's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Bethel. Try and see if there's some rough out there. He's just done Yadav out of the non-rough, the posh part of the pitch. Here he is to Bethel. Bethel defends that to Ben Charlesworth at short leg. Ajit Singh Dale's just getting loose at backward point. There's Bethel, head over the ball. Stylish player. We saw he could play spin. I thought the best spin bowler I've seen this season at Bristol was Jack Leach, and the game was Somerset bowled us out. Leach got 8 in that game, and it was the game that Jacob Bethel played. So he leaves that one alone. And I thought Jack Leach was absolutely fantastic. 5 for 49 and 3 for 41 he took in that game. What's happened there? They're claiming a catch. Has that come off Bethel's boot? and bounced up to Bracey. I thought that had gone straight into the ground. Am I going mad, or has the laws of cricket changed here? Let's have a look. It's gone into the ground. I wonder if they thought it just... No, it's just gone straight into the ground. Rob White having none of it. Rightly so. See Ajit Singh Dale come into the attack. Yeah, it's in that game against Somerset. Jacob Bethel got 37 in the first innings. JBW to Jack Leach, and then he got 61 in the second innings. I think he was last man out before being caught by Tom Lammonby. Had a little bowl as well. None for 15 off 2 overs. Zafar Gahar bowled 31 overs in that game. That was the game that we saw a number of low knees. It's quite interesting, that side. Three of today's team playing in that side that played against Somerset. Here's Ajit Singh Dale. Down the leg side, good take by James Bracey. So that side there was George Scott, Marcus Harris, James Bracey, Miles Hammond, Ryan Higgins, Jacob Bethel, Zafar Gahar, Zach Chappell, Matt Taylor, Brad Wheel. Oh, Graham Van Buren was the other one, but he didn't bat because he did his shoulder in that game. So the only ones from that side playing in this game today: Bracey, Hammond, Zafar and Van Buren. 4 out of that side from May. Singdale just turns Sibley a little bit. Sibley's the one they want though. If they can get Sibley, they'll fancy getting Warwickshire out for less than 200. But as long as Sibley's at the crease, they've got a chance because he's fighting for his life here, Sibley. And whilst it might not be pretty at times, I tell you what, you've got to admire his character, his determination and his guts. That's played through mid-wicket. Chris Dent doing the fielding there. Crowd intrigued by this game. What way is it going to go? Still on the in the balance. Sibley leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Ben Charlesworth just dropped out square leg there. Wonder if they're going to drop Sibley some short stuff, see if he fancies it or whether it's the double bluff. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well played by Sibley as well there, actually. That's just popped off a length there. We saw Singdale this morning get that extra little nip of that area, just short of a length. And gets it to hit the splice. It's got that extra pace. And Sibley rides the bounce well there. Plays it nicely. Singdale drops the short one. Gives Sibley a bumper. Sibley ducks under it. In the over, 136 for 5. Bethel yet to score. Here's that wicket there. Look at Zafar. Loving it. Look at that celebration. Great to see. One spinner who's played for Pakistan, one spinner who's played for India. And just, yeah, there's the arm ball. Just push through slightly quicker as well. It's got subtle variations of pace, Zafar. And just foxing Yadav with that one. Well bowled. Here he comes, going to bowl to Jacob Bethel, young prodigy. Defended stoutly. Zafar over the wicket. Again, pushes that through a little quicker. Zafar just tossed up a little higher. Defended by Bethel. Keep your emails coming in. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Tell us what you're thinking. Oh, that's well bowled. That takes the outside of Bethel's edge, but he's played it with soft hands. It's gone down into the floor. He's going to get a couple for it. That's what you're thinking. Warwickshire going to get 200, 250. There's the email in top right hand corner of the screen. Are they going to get there? Are they going to be 160, 170 all out? Is Zafar going to weave his magic, weave that web? That's out. Is that out? Yes, Bethel inside edge, caught short leg. The Zafar Charlesworth combination works again, and that's the end of Jacob Bethel. Zafar is being a right handful on this. Bethel goes for just 2, and Warwickshire 138 for 6 are in a spot of bother. Let's have a look at this again. We can see it. Zafar's now 3 for 36. It looked a straightforward one. And that brings to the crease Danny Briggs. He's no mug with the bat though, Danny Briggs. He's averaging 15 this season, but his career average, if I can just find my notes here, was quite a lot better than that. Here we go, here's the replay. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, just straight out the rough, hits the glove, straight to Charlesworth. Yeah, tough, it's difficult to play. So Danny Briggs, he averages over 18 with the bat. I mean, what's a long career? I mean, he started all the way back in about 2008, I think. Got over 300 career first-class wickets. First man from the Isle of Wight to represent England. He played in 2012 in a one-day international in Pakistan. England played 3 spinners that game in the UAE. Samit Patel, Graham Swan. Briggs bowled pretty tidily, 2 for 39 off his 10 overs. He's a good cricketer, he's been around the block. Been at Hampshire, been at Sussex, and now at Warwickshire. Here he is, about face Zafar. Oh, and that's just gone past Charlesworth. At short leg, has that taken anything there? Or Oh, Zaffa's making things happen here. Warwickshire need Sibley to stay there. No, I think that's just straight off the pad. Yeah, Ollie Price laughing. Charlesworth diving into the dirt for no reason at all, I think, was probably the reason for the amusement of the younger Price brother. Ajit Singh Dale's going to take us away. Lovely long email from a lady called Jacqueline Forsyth. Is Ajit Singh Dale in? That's a big appeal. Sibley's gone a long way across. I think it's a tad hopeful there from Ajit. Jacqueline said, "Welcome back to the last home match of the year. You sound very lonely without anyone to keep you company." Jacqueline, I am. I'm very lonely. It's going to be a long, long day. Perhaps you should get someone in to help you out. Maybe your predecessor, dear old Bob Hunt from Berkeley, out of retirement. He had a great sense of humour. I'd absolutely love to hear you two together. It'd be carnage. I've never met Bob. Seriously, hope Ian is feeling better soon. I totally agree with you, Dan, about 2 divisions, 9 and 9. Everybody I talk to believes this, only the ECB doesn't. I listened to the Zoom meeting being called by the chairman last Monday. But of course the ECB have not made any definite recommendations for anyone to debate. The sound was a little bit of a struggle, I believe, and Jacqueline couldn't quite hear what Will Brown was saying on the Zoom call. Sadly, she's not able to be at Bristol this week, but she's going to find time tomorrow to let us know further thoughts about the 100. Good luck for the rest of the day. Jacqueline, thank you for a lovely email. I'm glad I don't feel so lonely now I've got you listening in at home. So there you go. There you go. And I've got my Mr. James Healy here next to me, producing the show. Just the two of us out here today. We hope we're doing it justice though. Short ball. Briggs leaves it alone. I'm waiting for James Healy to open up his bag of Haribo though after tea. He's being a bit mean with them, it's got to be said. He's a man who was described once as tighter than 2 coats of paint. Dale just tailing that one back into Briggs, defends it. He's the sort of bloke that when his kids arrive, they'll find out that when they get to about 12 years old, they're not actually putting anything into their piggy bank, they're actually feeding his gas meter. $139 for 6. Oh, that's not missed. Danny Briggs is off stump by much. Hands on his head there. He knew that. Not sure Briggs picked that one. It was the one that went back. I think he thought it was the one that was going the other way. But I think Ajit Singh Dale has put on. We're having a chat off air at lunchtime, James Healy and I, over lunch, and we think Ajit Singh Dale's put on 2 yards since the start of the season. We think he's increased his pace, and he bowled some raw heat in the game against Somerset. That's down the leg side. That's the end of the over, 139 for 6. Briggs yet to score. Dominic Sibley's on 59. But yeah, I think he bowled some serious wheels in that game at Somerset, and he was a real handful. And he's one of those players, along with Tom Price, if Gloucestershire can keep them fit over the next few years, they've got a couple of bowlers there that are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Yep, Jacqueline, good to hear from you, and keep your emails coming in. Drop us a line. It's very lonesome here on your own. I'm a very lonely man. Keep the emails, keep me entertained. Well, the action on the pitch is enthralling here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in BS7, Zafar. There's Sibley. Plays it out to deep cover. Strolls through. Walks a single. There's our view from the flats there on your screen. We're just above the side screen. Pitch just slightly to our left today. Full there from Zafar. That's short. Crashed into the offside by Briggs, but Tom Price doing the fielding. Again, played firmly into the offside. Chris Dent doing the fielding this time at extra. Left alone by Briggs. .140 for 6. Remember, 200's the first batting point. Ooh. Oh, there could be a run out here. No, there's not. Sibley wanted it. Sibley's, I think, he's been a little bit kamikaze today. He's on the edge. Remember, Warwickshire won the toss. They chose to bat. And 200 is the first batting point. 250, 300, 350, 400. You've got to get those within 110 overs. Now, I'll tell you what, Warwickshire, without this 60 from Dominic Sibley, would be staring down the barrel. They'd be in the abyss. Sibley just working that one back with a square. Content to take the single. Remember, Warwickshire have got to go to Hampshire. Hampshire will be battling for the title. So this is the one they'll want to pick up maximum points out. You don't know this time of year either what the weather's going to do. Somerset have got to play Kent in the other game. Both can't win it, so one of them's going to be in trouble. But if it's a draw, you never know. Ajit Singh Dale to Briggs. Oh, it's all happening here. Briggs wanted a single. Sibley turns him back. Van Buren throws it at the stumps. And Ben Charlesworth, with a brilliant bit of backing up, saves the overthrow, because that was going down towards Zafar Gahar down at long leg. He wouldn't have gone for 4 because Zafar's down there, but they'd have got Briggs off the strike. Warwickshire battling here for every run. Gloucestershire, the last 2 bowling performances I've seen from them, in the game against Somerset last week or 2 weeks ago at Taunton, and this today, they look. That's gone down the leg side from Signal. They look as if they've got a bit of ticker about them, a little bit of heart. And I think if you're in the situation that Gloucestershire are in, I think it would be quite easy of just to have given up 3 or 4 games ago. And they haven't at all, and that's a credit to Graham Van Buren, it's a credit to Dale Benkenstein, it's a credit to the players in general. And, you know, they might go down, but if they go down fighting, I don't think anyone, you know, will mind here in Bristol. I think they'll probably resign to their fate a few weeks, possibly even a few months back. And I think this will be giving people a little bit of heart, these sorts of performances. Still, they've got to bat on this surface yet. And it'll be interesting to see how they get on, because down the leg side again. Well, they go reasonably deep. I mean, their lineup's going to be Charlesworth, Dent, Ollie Price, possibly Mars Hammond at 4, Bracey at 5, Van Buren at 6, although those 3 are all interchangeable. Jack Taylor at 7, Zafar Gahar will go 8, Tom Price 9, David Payne, Ajit Singh Dale. So that's short and wide, and Danny Briggs cashes in on that and smashes it back with a square for 4 runs. 1, 4, 5 for 6. Briggs is off the mark. 6 overs to tea. There's no Marcus Harris this week, and he was part of the reason why Gloucestershire played with such freedom in that game against Somerset a couple of weeks ago. His 159 paved the path. It put the foundations in for the innings. And if he can continue, you know, someone else now has to put their hands up and score the runs. Zafar to Sibley. Good battle this. Been impressed with Sibley today. Forward defensive. But I think if one of the youngsters steps up and gets 100, played into the offside for a single. You know, for Ben Charlesworth, he's made an impression since he's come back into the side. Had a bad foot injury. Stress fracture of the foot, I think it was, in the first game of the season in Northamptonshire, and hasn't been seen since until about July. And then came back into the Royal London side. As Briggs goes driving. No run. And I think he's been regularly getting 60s, 70s, and if he can kick on and go and get that 100. So that's played off the back foot to Dent. If he can go on and get that big score, or one of the other youngsters, Ollie Price perhaps, will give Dale Benkinson some real heart for the future and for next season, looking ahead. That's carved away. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a good shot, actually. He's deliberately played that late. And that's whizzed past Jack Taylor at second slip before he's even moved. Let's have another look at this. It's a good shot here from Danny Briggs. Lets the ball come onto, and he's just guided that backward and has raced away. Well, these Warwickshire players look very strong through backward a square on the offside. That's the 150 up in the 59th over. Oh, we're going to see Jack Taylor. Into the attack. Be a man very happy after his beloved Tottenham beat Leicester 6-2 over the weekend. He's the nicest Spurs fan I've ever met, I think, Jack Taylor. Here he is. Going to bowl to Sibley. Sibley gets forward. Seagulls overhead. Taylor. Sibley again gets forward. Jack Taylor, captain of the white ball team. Thought he's done very well this season. Good cricketer. Oh, I think that's a Google. Or it's just gone on the flipper, maybe. Just hurried Sibley up there a little. Here he is. Oh! That one's taken a thick inside edge and gone past Charlesworth in the air. Jack Taylor starting to make things happen here. Look at this. Let's have a look here. Oh. This is what they call a Bunsen burner. Played back to him from Briggs. A little bit in the air for a while. Well bowled again, Jack Taylor. That's a really good over. Asking questions there. Really good over. Really popular man here, Jack Taylor, giving a lot of service to this club. Captain of the white ball side, as we said, and he's adored here in BS7. Really is one of the good guys. Zafar to Sibley, who defends. Doesn't play at that one. And over 150 balls Sibley's been there now for 63. A real masterclass in concentration, this. 223 minutes, or 225 minutes he's been at the crease. Defended. Really good, Sibley. Proper cricket. Hard cricket. There Good running. Gets through for a single. He's run well between the wickets as well. He's had his heart in his mouth a few times. He's lived on the edge, but he's run generally pretty well. Gloucestershire will be sick of the sight of him. As Briggs defends. Another good experienced pro. Good white ball player, Danny Briggs. Played for the Southern Brave in the 100. Also played in the Big Bash League for the Adelaide Strikers. It's well bowled. Zaffer just throwing that one up a little higher. Three overs to tea. Zaffer, oh, look at that. Pick of the bowlers, 3 for 43 of 21 overs. Wonderful bowler. Continuing the rich heritage of wonderful Pakistani cricketers here in Bristol. Sibley defends that one from Taylor. You look back to the 70s, Zahir Abbas, Sadiq Mohammed, Zafar Gahar. Following in that line, Sibley plays that to Miles Hammond at mid-wicket. Hit firmly to Taylor, who shapes to throw that back to the striker's end. Sibley works that one through the onside for a single. Tom Price doing the fielding out there. Little conflab between Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor. That's short, pulled. Briggs going to get 4 runs there. Good shot. 157. Ah, very helpful email from Tom. From Rainstock Play Inspection at 3. And we had a good chat with at lunchtime. Said that email from Jackie about the Glos member meeting last Monday. Said there's some reasonable notes from John Gordon and others on the Glos Cricket Supporters Club Facebook page. And you can pick up maybe some of the points that you missed due to sort of connection issues there perhaps. So that's played out to mid-on there by Briggs. No run. And Mark Kidger said, barring a 24-point win here, Gloucestershire's relegation will be confirmed on Friday or earlier. What about next season? Can Gloucestershire bounce back? Or are they condemned, as Middlesex have been to several seasons of struggle in the lower reaches of Division 2, before finally starting to climb back? The one difference I see is that the Middlesex squad was heavy on the senior players who got old together in Division 2, and apparently not harmoniously. Gloucestershire seem more likely that they have quite a young squad next year with a smattering of senior players mixed in. Mark, it's a really interesting point what you've said there. I'll come on to it. Zafar Gahar's going to bowl his ball and I'll come on to it there. That's wellied out to mid-on there by Sibley. I think they can bounce back, and I think, you know, what we saw last season, Gloucestershire won more games than anyone else. That's well bowled by Zafar. They won more games than anybody else last season, but when they played the big sides, with the exception of Somerset, or the equivalent to Division 1 this season sides, they didn't fare particularly great. I think what we're seeing is Gloucestershire are, in effect, the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, perhaps 13th best side in the country out of the 18 at the moment. And I think that expectations at the start of this season were probably slightly heightened. Perhaps a little bit of media hyperbole there. But I think that Gloucestershire do have the ability to bounce back next season. There's Sibley defends that one. I do think they have the ability to bounce back, and I do think, as I said earlier, I think what we see is a young squad here, and there is a nucleus of young players, and if they can recruit around that sort of young group, as I said earlier, Zafar, that's smashed back by Sibley. That stings the fingertips of Zafar Gahar, warms the cockles there. And that's the end of the over. 157 for 6. But as I said earlier, you've got Tom Price, you've got Ollie Price, you've got Ben Charlesworth, you've got Ben Wells, who's come into the side this year. James Bracey's still only 25. And then you've got people like Tommy Borman, England under 19. I can see him being blooded into the squad next year. Ajit Singh Dale, he's a young guy. He's come on leaps and bounds since the start of the season. So they've got them coming through. And I just think that just keep them together. And I think what we've seen is far better displays in the second half of the season than we saw in the first half. And since the end of July, I've been very encouraged. Jack Taylor in, short and wide. And that's crashed through the offside for 4 runs here by Danny Briggs. Lead now, moving on to 161 now, Warwickshire. 138 when the last wicket fell, so these two building a little partnership here. Gloucestershire wouldn't mind winkling out another one just before tea. It's interesting what you say about the Middlesex side as well, because again they've had to go out and that's well bowled. Jack Taylor, much fuller, almost sneaks through Danny Briggs there. They've got their youngsters coming through, you know, the likes of Ethan Bamber, Luke Holman, etc. But they've also had to go and recruit, you know, they needed a good top order batsman. Briggs just works out into the onside. Couple of balls left to tee. So they went out and got Mark Stoneman, and he's made a massive difference. And if you get one key player right, it can make, you know, it can be as good as signing 2 players. It can make a world of difference. That's just onto the pads there. Taylor. Briggs goes sweeping down the leg side, half an appeal down the leg side. It's a dangerous shot just before tea though. Briggs will want to be there coming out after the interval. There's no need to play that. Still 39 runs to get to that batting point, and that's just worked into the onside for a single. And in fact that's not going to be tea, because I think it's got to go to 10 past for tea. I thought it'd be tea with 32 overs left in the day, but maybe it's only 5 past 3 and maybe the clock has to go round to 10 past. You've confused me, you've confused James Healy. He was just putting the kettle on. Ruined his mid-afternoon char. Bit of overhead traffic. Zafar in. to Briggs. Defended again. So Mark, thank you for your email, and thanks Tom for your email as well, and some interesting points there. Driven firmly, no run. Ooh, Briggs goes sweeping, doesn't get anything on it, and I think there's some glove involved, but the ball goes straight into the ground. Defended. It's an interesting point Mark makes there about Middlesex not getting old harmoniously, or apparently harmoniously. Defended. No run. It's amazing when you ship out one, perhaps two individuals, how that can change. As Middlesex have seen. Jack Taylor. Defended. Sibley. Thou shalt not pass. Well bowled, flighted a little bit more by Taylor. Sibley chops that one into the offside. Going to pick up one. Moves him on to 66. Briggs whips that one into the onside. Single. 165 for 6. Was it 164? I think it's 164 for 6 actually. Yeah, it's 164. Sibley defends. Scoreboard over there is playing absolute havoc with me today. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's quick. Sometimes it's too quick for me, sometimes it's too slow. Teasing me. Bullying me, James Healy. Bullying me. Jack Taylor. In. Sibley plays him into the onside. Is that going to be T? Yes, I think it is. Yeah, the clock's just turned round to 3:10. So, it's been quite an entertaining middle session here, isn't it? Afternoon session. Warwickshire resumed after lunch, 73 for 3. And Will Rhodes, he was caught by Ollie Price off the bowling of Tom Price. He went for 24. Jane Yadav was done by a little bit of trickery by Zafar Gahar. A quicker arm ball. Made him play too late and he was bowled. And then Jacob Bethel got one that spat out the rough, took the glove and went to Ben Charlesworth for just a couple. And at 138 for 6, Warwickshire were looking down the barrel. But Danny Briggs and Dominic Sibley, two hard experienced cricketers here, have rebuilt this, and they'll resume after tea on 164 for 6, and they will want that 200 because that is a batting point. Join us back in 20 minutes. Let's see if they can get there. Go and get yourself a cup of tea, stick the kettle on, put your feet up. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the evening session as umpires Peter Hartley and Rob White make their way out to the middle. Warwickshire going to resume 164 for 6. The immovable object that's Dominic Sibley, he's on 66. Gloucestershire still haven't got him out this season. Got 106 in the Royal London Cup game at Cheltenham. And now he's on 66, so they'll be absolutely sick of the sight of him. Danny Briggs, he's there on 18. And they're just rebuilding a little bit here. The tea interval probably came at just the right time for the glorious Gloucesters. They were looking just a little bit tired, but they've bowled very, very well. And you have to wonder, you see, walking off the pitch there, Robbie Joseph, who's come here as an interim bowling coach. You have to wonder what sort of impact he's had on this side, because since he's arrived, since the end of July, Gloucestershire have looked threatening with the ball. And early part of the season, when they were in the field for 130, 140, 150 overs, Dale Benkenstein at the time described that as unsustainable. And he's got a point. He has got a point. And not only does it affect the morale of the side, it affects the fitness of the side, but it also affects the batting order, because James Bracey found it hard to bat at 3. Gloucestershire out there nice and early. Look, they look like a unit here, and it's good to see. We'll update you just while the players make their way out to the middle on some scores around the country. So Surrey, having been stuck in at the Oval by Yorkshire, they're 226 for 5. Somerset 163 for 2. Tom Abel's got runs down there. Chelmsford, looks like there's a little bit in the wicket. Lancashire 131 all out. Essex 54 for 4. Kent 156 for 8 in the game against Northants. And you wonder if Kent don't pick up any points there, what's going to happen? Because they've got Somerset next week, and that's going to be an absolute humdinger. Division 2, Sussex 142 for 9 against Durham up at Chestlet Street. Glamorgan 228 for 3 over at Cardiff. Middlesex 196 for 5 at Leicester. And Worcester 187 for 5 at Worcester. David Payne is going to take us away after tea, bowling to Briggs, who works that one off his hip. Round the corner, Ben Charlesworth doing the fielding. And 1 run. Here's Sibley. 14 overs till the new ball's due. Warwickshire will be looking to get through the 200 barrier before that's going to come. Bouncer first up. No ball. Overhead high. No ball signal. There's 2 onto the total. But you think Gloucestershire have done very well with Zafar Gahar, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren, all bowling well, but up their sleeve Warwickshire have got Jane Yadav, a test bowler, a test spinner. Sibley playing that one into mid-wicket. Got Jane Yadav and Danny Briggs. Been around the block, good experience, pro. Gloucestershire going to have to find someone who doesn't mind gutsing it out. Just doesn't mind hanging around and staying there. If the ball beats the outside edge, then so be it. On to the next delivery. Don't let it affect you. Here's Payne to Sibley. Clipped off his hip. Out to long leg. One more. Because that's exactly what Dominic Sibley's done for Warwickshire. And, you know, whatever you think of Dominic Sibley, you've got to admire his powers of concentration. He's been absolutely superb. And he should be applauded for his efforts. That's a bouncer there. That's not over the head, that's just one for the over. Briggs defends off the front foot. David Payne in. Briggs defends. Keep your emails coming into us. We'll have the address up there in the top right hand corner any second. There we go. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Let us know what you think. Let us know any thoughts you've got on today's play. Let us know if you think there's been a bit of an improvement in Gloucestershire since Cheltenham, since the end of July, since the Northamptonshire game. And Warwickshire fans, let us know your thoughts. Can you stay up this year? Are you going to survive? Or will it be Division 2 for you next season? Ajit Singh Dale into the attack, starts off with a bumper. Sibley, not interested. He's not a man who you see hooking often. Just in his zone, Dominic Sibley. He's very hard to remove. Once he's here, on 60 odd, 67 he's got. Once he's there, he's very, very hard to prize from the crease. Defends that one. Sibley, you've got to get him early. I'm looking forward to seeing Henry Brooks have a bowl in this game. He's quick. It's Dominic Sibley who's there. 200s already this season. Defends that one. Sibley 684 runs, top score 142. 200s, 350s. Played all 12 games. He's going to be missed by the Bears next year when he goes to Surrey. He goes back home to where he's from. After a little 5-year sojourn in Birmingham. That's down the leg side. It's a good take from Bracey. It's tumbling away. Warwickshire 168 for 6. Kent staring down the barrel in their game against Hampshire. Warwickshire got to go there next week. I think it might be at Edgbaston actually, but it's not going to be an easy one. That trio, that trinity, Barker, Abbott, Abbas. There's no Liam Dawson though, he's with the England side. That's just played in the offside. Sibley comes through for one. That's well run. England v Pakistan. England have chosen to field in that game in the first T20 in Karachi. Pakistan 9 for none off 1.2 overs. Ajit Singh Dale just feeling his hamstring there. I hope he's okay. Graham Van Buren just going and having a word with him. He's just stretching it out. Really wouldn't want to see anything happen there. It's the end of the over. It's okay, he's not going off. Maybe a touch of cramp perhaps. It's quite a warm day actually. It's always warm in this flat. James Healy says it's got a microclimate. Our producer here says it's got a microclimate. When you've got the machinery here, we've got the sun in our faces as well. And it certainly was when we had Nottinghamshire here in the Royal London Cup back in August. Got up to 36, 37 degrees on that day, and it was hard work commentating. Moving the man out to third now. It's Zafar Gahar who's going to go down there. I wonder if we're going to see Zafar have a little twirl from the Ashley Down road end. Played into the offside. Miles Hammond comes round. Doesn't allow the single. Good work there. We spoke earlier about Mark Robinson. Saying in 1990 he scored 3 runs all season, highest score of 1 not out, average 0.5. He's the Warwickshire coach. I'd like to know who your worst number 11s are. That's just played into the offside. Who's your worst number 11? For me, it's a guy called Brendan Bracewell. Part of the Bracewell family that Gloucestershire fans will know so well from New Zealand. John Bracewell being here, part of that, coaching that side that won so many trophies. And Brendan Bracewell, I think Brendan, it was his, I've got a feeling he might be his cousin actually. I'm not sure if he's his brother. Sibley works that one into the onside, another single to his total. Moves on to 69. Brendan Bracewell came over here on the 1978 tour with New Zealand. 3 test series. And he scored 0, 0, 0, 0 not out, 4 and 0. That's a bouncer from Payne. Briggs ducks underneath it. The 4, by the way, was an edge through the slips of Bob Willis. So Brendan Bracewell's got to be up there. Pommy and Bangwa's figures aren't too great. Chris Martin of New Zealand, not too great. Kevin Jarvis at Kent, he was known as a ferret. Goes in after the rabbits. Phil Tufnell, yeah. James Healy's just thrown in Phil Tufnell. I remember England once having a tail which consisted of Caddick, Tufnell, Giddins and Mullally. I wouldn't say it's a long tail, but I've seen a Brontosaurus with a shorter tail than that. Payne outside of stump. Briggs has nothing to do with that. That completes the over. 170 for 6 now. 69 overs gone. Briggs on 19, Sibley 69, David Payne, he's 1 for 36. So let us know, commentators. There's a scorecard. But let us know. Drop us a line, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Who's your worst number 11? Either county cricket, international cricket. Let us know. There's been some shockers. Ajit Singhdale. That's a nice shot there. Straight to Zafgahado, who fields. And just one more to Sibley. Yeah, there's been some shocking number 11s. The sort when they walk out to the wicket, the groundsman starts his mower up. Singhdale past Peter Hartley. Good bouncer there to Briggs. Briggs ducks under it though. Doesn't play it. Paul Hibbard straight in there. Bisham Beatty, Jonathan Agnew, Gary Sainsbury. Well, there you go. You set the benchmark, Paul. Oh, that's just dropped short of Jack Taylor at first slip from Briggs. Let's have a look, see if it's carried. I don't think it carried. I think it's just short of Jack Taylor. Let's have a look here. Yeah, just short, not quite there. Gloucestershire could have done with that one. It's another bouncer from Singhdale. Legal delivery. Bisham Beatty there, he's a man who follows me on Twitter. Chandrasekhar was Adam's been in touch. Says, hello Dan, I don't think you can put expectations for this season at the door of the media. He's saying about a members forum in April, where people from the club said they spent an extra £500,000 this year on the squad. And other members of the board here have stated the ambition to win the county championship by 2025. Singhdale, good bouncer. Sibley ducks it, no run. I agree with your other points about the future looking bright, but can't agree this season being other than hugely disappointing, given that investment and the appointment of a high-profile and experienced coach. Well, Adam, I think I think you've got a point. I think you've got to look at the season in two halves, really. I think you've got to look at the first half of the season, where I think everyone and anyone to do with the club was just thoroughly disappointed with how it's gone, and the performances and the attitudes. In a way, I think were quite right. But I think since Cheltenham, I think there's a corner being turned, and I think part of that's down to Jack Taylor and his Royal London campaign as captain. I think also the emergence of the youngsters as well, and but I think No, I mean, it's not down to the media, but certain people were saying that Gloucestershire had a chance at the title this year, and I think that probably expectations might have been slightly high. But, you know, I think that's the beauty of cricket, Adam, and I appreciate your email. There's Zafar coming in. There's Briggs. Tucks that one around the corner. They think about a single, but no run. But I think that's the beauty, and it's about opinions, isn't it? And I think it's about various sort of different outlooks. And I think if we all had the same opinion, how boring it would be. So, Adam, thank you for your email. Keep them coming in. Zafar. Oh, that's well bowled. Briggs knowing where his off stump is there. Driven firmly there by Briggs, can only find Chris Dent at extra. It's been a funny day here in Bristol. It's been cloudy, yet the sun's been out all day and it's strong. Feels like a very strong sunshine here. Feels like a midsummer day. And it's glorious. Tossed up by Zafar. Just had a text from Josh Shaw. Great guy. Good laugh. And he sent me a text, and I wondered who it had come from. So I asked him who it was, and he said Joshua Shaw, the curse of the commentary box. After not being allowed to commentate, he's not allowed to do ball by ball. The boys at Gloucestershire have banned him after being on commentary for the start of Kyle Abbott's hat-trick. And for those who remember at Cheltenham, one of those was before lunch, or I think two of them. No, one of them was before lunch, and the next two were the next two balls. And I bet Josh Shaw didn't think that having a nice serene chat with me on the mic, you'd be batting two balls later, staving off a hat, trying to stave off 4 in 4, I think it was. That's a nice shot. Sibley, pleasant. He's going to get 2. Moves on to 72. Ajit Singh Dale. Got quite slingy action, hasn't he, Singh Dale? He's got a rhythmical approach to the crease, but he comes in and that shoulder comes through like a javelin thrower. And talking of javelin throwers, Marchant de Lange is going to be here next season, whacking down his 90-mile-an-hour thunderbolts. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not parking my car anywhere near the car park here on the Kennington Avenue side of the road when he comes into bat either. Sibley defends. Proper marathon this from Dominic Sibley. Got to admire it. This is a good, hard, attritional cricket. Nice shot from Sibley. Van Buren doing the fielding. There's an appreciation about this, which connoisseurs of the game will love about 4-day cricket. You know, you can watch your T20s and your 100s, and it's your fast food, it's your cheeseburgers, it's your, you know, your quick fix. This is a sit-down meal. It might not be a Michelin-starred restaurant, but it's your sit-down 3-course meal. Or in the case of Dominic Sibley, maybe a 5-course meal here. That's down the leg side, nothing doing with that. Maybe it's just the start. Maybe he's going to bat for 2.5 days. Maybe we're only on the amuse-bouche. You never know. You never know. There's the Memorial Stadium, home of James Bracey's favourite football club. The Pirates, the Gas, Bristol Rovers. Been there for about 15 years now. Good bouncer there from Ajit Singh Dale. Ducked by Sibley, having nothing to do with it. 174 for 6. Sibley 72. Briggs 20. Bristol Rovers originally played about a mile in the other direction from the Seat Unique Stadium here at Eastville. And they're a big gasometer outside the tote end there. And they said the ground used to smell of gas at times, which is why they're known as the gas heads. Or just the gas. Zafar Gahar. Oh, and that's lack of concentration there by Briggs. It's a dot ball. Zafar Gahar is 25th over, 3 for 43. Talking about Dominic Sibley going through a marathon. Zafar Gahar's also going to sleep very well tonight. That's chopped away there, but well fielded there by David Payne. Backward point. Pakistan in the 6th over, so the power play is not yet over. They're 47 for none against England in Karachi. That's a nice shot. Danny Briggs, lovely. Back foot cover, drive. Zafar Gahar just dropping it a little bit short. And Briggs latching onto that, punching it through the offside. And that's a very pleasant shot there. He's got a good career average, as we spoke about earlier, Danny Briggs. And you can see he's not a batsman that gives it away easily. Kent are all out for 165, so they've got no batting bonus points in the game against Hampshire. Who's going down? Defended there by Briggs. Who's going down? Gloucestershire? I think they're already down. That's in the air, but safe. And he goes out to Tom Price for 1. That's the end of the over. 179 for 6. Yeah, who's going down? Gloucestershire and Kent. Gloucestershire and Warwickshire. Gloucestershire and Somerset. Warwickshire win this, it'll make next week's game between Somerset and Kent a shootout for that relegation place. Gloucestershire aren't quite dead and buried, but it would need to be a comeback that Lazarus would be proud of if Gloucestershire is to escape relegation. Ajit Singh Dale. That's whipped away. That's fantastic work out in the deep there. Zafaga. Oh, superb fielding. That had 4 runs written all over it. Not only does he stop the 4, but he also hurls it in straight over the top of the stumps and keeps them down to 1. Good fielding side, Gloucestershire. We saw that in the Royal London Cup. Zafagahar's decent. Oh, that's a thick inside edge onto the pad. But Sibley still there. 73 now. We see Zaffa there, he's a good fielder. Miles Hammond's a good fielder. Chris Dent's a wonderful fielder. Ben Charlesworth's a good fielder. Tom Price, Ollie Price, Jack Taylor. There's some good fielders in this side. They work on their fielding, they put a premium on their fielding. Singdale in. It's a bit wayward. Briggs leaves it alone. So in the Royal London Cup as well, I mean, there was a hot weather spell there in August, and we saw Josh Shaw purveying a wonderful bucket hat. I mean, it's just got to be on sale in the club shop. You know, if the powers that be, if the marketing department are listening into this in the office, get Josh Shaw's bucket hat in the club shop, because I'd buy one, and he is the finest wearer of one since Clive Lloyd back in the 70s. Oh, that's got to be close. That's got to be close. No, not given. It's going to go away for 2 leg byes. Let's have another look at this one. Well. Oh, that is close. I'm going to try and get this on slow-mo. See what James Healy, if he can work his magic. Yeah, it'll be... might be a while, but I didn't see a lot wrong with that, to be honest with you. That's cut away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And this partnership now is worth 49. And it's just starting to become a thorn in the Gloucestershire side. Ball's got a little bit old. You wonder if it's just got a little bit easier out there. The sun's been on the wicket. You wonder if Warwickshire have made the right decision to bat this morning upon winning the toss. Time will only tell. Let's see when both sides are batted on it, but I was quite surprised that they chose to bat. That's whipped away with aplomb by Danny Briggs, and that's 4 runs. Briggs moves on to 34, and that brings up the 50 partnership. Smattering of applause here from the home fans. They appreciate good cricket, whoever it comes from. But fair play to Briggs, fair play to Dominic Sibley. Excellent stuff by these two. And they'll know that every bonus point is crucial. Weather's set fair for the next few days. Zaffa in. Sibley defends. And defends again. Works that one into the offside for a single. Moves on to 74, closing in on 200 balls faced. Dominic Sibley, 270 minutes. 4.5 hours. It's a long time. Powers of concentration are wonderful. That's played off the back foot. That's another pleasant shot there from Danny Briggs. Tom Price is after it. He's going to cut that off. And 2 runs, 194 for 6. Just over 5 overs till the new ball is due, and I think Gloucestershire will be taking this. Zaffa just keeping Briggs on strike there. Defended by Briggs. Zaffa kicks the ball away. A little bit of frustration perhaps coming into the Gloucestershire lads. They bowl well today. They shouldn't be frustrated. This is Division 1 cricket. Sides don't just give it away. It's good hard cricket, this. I think we are going to see Ollie Price. Oh, it's a bit of off spin. Seen 4 spinners on today. Not yet seen Miles Hammond or Chris Dent. Seagulls crying. And coming towards the end of the season. Oh, that was in the air for a little bit. Sibley moves on. 75 now. Tossed up. Briggs drives firmly. Can only find Chris Dent. Extra cover. Ollie Price there, just keeping it outside the off stump. Crashed through the offside. Anything short, Danny Briggs latches onto straight away. And that's a very pleasant shot on the eye. And they're now just 1 run away from their first batting bonus point. Been a good effort this by these two, really has. defended. Let's just turn around the corner, no run. You can't bring you that slow-mo, that LBW, unfortunately. But I think it was pretty close. I think Mr. Briggs might have had the benefit of the doubt there. But if there is a seed of doubt, if there is a modicum of doubt in the umpire's mind, it's not out. You've got to be 100% certain that's going to hit the stumps. Going to see a change of bowling from the pavilion end. And we're going to see Graham Van Buren, the skipper. What can he do? That's the 200 up. Sibley whips it into the onside. He's going to get 4 runs there. And that is well batted, guys, because they were staring down the barrel at 138 for 6. And I tell you what, you wonder if this innings, this partnership here between Sibley and Briggs might, just might, keep Warwickshire in Division 1. Van Buren in. Sibley again works it into the onside. Again whips it through square leg. He's going to get 2. .205 now. Sibley moves into the 80s. Forward defensive to Van Buren. And that's played firmly out to mid-on, whereas Africa Hard does the fielding, but they get through for a single. And Sibley moves on to 82. I think that's his 200th ball. Van Buren into Briggs, who tickles that one around the corner. You wonder this morning, that one, Sibley got given a life this morning. You wonder if that had been taken. There we are, there's the view. Just the clouds just starting to fill in here at the Seat Unique. Sunshine in the distance, but there's a dirty grey one above us. Oh, that one stays a little low, but Briggs whips it through the onside. Spin bowlers just coming on to give the quicks a bit of a breather, because I think they'll take the new ball in a couple of overs. It wouldn't surprise me to see David Payne and Tom Price perhaps. There's Ollie Price, defended by Sibley. Worked into the onside. Please don't get bored with me saying defended by Sibley or worked into the onside by Sibley, because one more to Sibley, because that's been his innings. He's got only 7 fours out of his total of 83. Really, he's done pretty well here. Tossed up. Briggs drives, can only find Dent again. Extra cover. Chris Dent dives and throws all in one movement, but they get through for a single. 210. Gloucestershire have just got to be a little bit careful here. This is starting to run away a little bit. It's been good batting, but you also find getting a side 6 down's one thing, but sides bat deep in Division 1. Ollie Price going to come around the wicket to Sibley now. That is driven firmly out to mid-on. Graham Van Buren doing the fielding. End the over. 78 gone. 210 for 6. 2 overs till the new ball is due. One more to the total. Van Buren in. A little bit of extra bounce there. Sibley just adjusts. Plays that well. One more. Sibley. No prizes for guessing. It was a single on the onside. Defended by Briggs. He's not far short of a 50 here, Danny Briggs, and he's batted very well. Oh, that was close. James Bracey. Hands on heads. Or one head. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a inside edge that allows them through for a single. And it does look like they're going to take a new ball, because Rob White, in layman's terms, has gone legging it off the pitch to go and get another one. Price going to take the last one before the new cherry is due. Defended, no run. Let's go round the country. Surrey 268 for 5 at the Oval. Somerset 199 for 2. Are they batting their way to Division 1 next year? That's tossed up, played out to David Payne at mid-off. Lancashire 131, Essex 80 for 6 at Chelmsford. Kent 165 all out, Hampshire 2 without loss. Oh, that's a nice shot there. Danny Briggs just whips it through mid-wicket. Bit of bottom hand comes in. That's great work. Graham Van Buren keeps it down to 2. Fantastic effort from the Gloucestershire captain, leading from the front. Sussex all out for 162 at Chestlet Street. Durham 5 for none. Glamorgan 252 for 3 at Cardiff. Briggs plays that one. Back to the bowler. Oh, that's a nice shot from Briggs as well. That's going to be 4 runs, I think. That one's going to... Yep, and that's Danny Briggs' 50. Well batted, Danny Briggs. Really good effort. Really good effort. Came in with his side on 138 for 6. They were in a spot of bother. And he's come in. He's got his 50 off 85 balls. Scored quite quickly. And he's been instrumental in this Warwickshire recovery. Middlesex 5 down for 219. Ryan Higgins on 40 odd not out there. John Simpson's on 60 not out. He's closing in on 1,000 runs for the season. He's had a great year for Middlesex. And Worcestershire 243 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. So it's all getting interesting in the county championship. Meanwhile here at Bristol, Warwickshire 219 for 6. David Payne has got a new pill in his hand. And Sibley and Briggs, who sound like a firm of accountants actually, don't they? Sibley and Briggs, they're having a drink. $16 overs left in the day, probably about an hour. Well, we're going to go through till 5:30. I doubt Gloucestershire will bowl any extra in the day. David Payne, new ball, what can he do? Sibley refocuses. Going to want 100 here. If he gets 100, it will be an absolutely wonderful innings, because there's been a little bit in this for the bowlers, and this is a lesson to any youngster. It's just worked one on the onside. Lesson to any youngster about preserving your wicket, about putting a premium, putting a price on your wicket. So I tell you what, you cannot score runs back in the pavilion. Dominic Sibley, he might have his critics, he might not have got them in the most aesthetic style, but he's still there and he's doing a job for his team. Look in the book, as he'd say. David Payne in. Briggs just hits the splice and Briggs plays it down into the ground. 82 this partnership worth. Well bowled by Payne. Little grunt as he releases it. Like Monica Seles serving back in the day. There's a couple of the chaps from the office. Pete Lamb, who we had on microphone earlier, from the community team, and Jack Longstaff. That's down the leg side, is that out? No, it hasn't been given. Briggs was walking. Briggs was walking off. Gloucestershire are going mad here. He's got a glove on it, down the leg side. Bracey's taken a brilliant catch. Briggs was walking. Briggs took about 5-6 steps down the wicket. Was going to walk off to the pavilion, and it hasn't been given. Oh my word. Oh, let's have another look at this. Well, here we go. Payne in, Briggs defends. Let's see if we can see that one again. Payne in, Briggs defends into the offside. And Gloucestershire really need to keep their heads here because they probably feel quite aggrieved. And you hope that there's going to be nothing disciplinary wise there because they were not very happy about that. We've got a good view from here. We could see if we can. We're going to try and grab a replay of it. Tom Price is going to take us away from the Ashley Down Road end whilst we do. That's a couple of decisions though, one from each end. Peter Hartley not giving an LBW against Briggs, which looked rather adjacent. And then the little feather, the little glove down the leg side from Danny Briggs there. Danny Briggs being the recipient of the good fortune on both times. But that's cricket, you've got to be prepared to stand there. It's quite interesting though, Briggs went to walk. He went and walked about 5-6 paces down the wicket towards the pavilion and still wasn't given. Tom Price into Sibley, who gets a thick inside edge for 4, and the luck's not going Gloucestershire's way here at all. Here's Sibley's inside edge, doesn't miss leg stump by much this. Bracey's looking rather frustrated there behind the stumps. Price to Sibley, who defends that out to mid-off. Graham Van Buren hurls it back in. Frustration. Right, let's have a look at this one here. Danny Briggs. Look at him, he goes to walk off. He goes to walk off. Zafar Gahar, Graham Van Buren, David Payne. Nice shot, Sibley. Lovely shot. Full face to the bat there. And slightly over pitch by Tom Price. And Dominic Sidley leans into that and moves into the 90s. just jumps, doesn't it, at the wrong moment there. We can't quite see it come off the glove, but you can see the frustration from the Gloucestershire fielders. I think they knew, I think Danny Briggs knew. But the man who matters is Rob White. And his finger was in his pocket. Into the offside. Sibley comes through for a single. Just gets through. Ajit Singh Dale doing the backing up. Price in. Briggs defends. No run. "15 overs left in the day, or 14 after this." Maybe an hour ago, Chris Dent, Ben Charlesworth's thoughts were that they might be batting before the day was out, but I'm not so sure now. I need a Herculean effort to bowl Warwickshire out in 15 overs. That's the end of the over. 229 for 6. Sibley 94, Briggs 51. The volume level's just gone up a notch. Payne in. Sibley defending that. Sibley equal to what David Payne's throwing at him. Encouragement from the slip cordon. Jack Taylor, Ollie Price, Payne going around the wicket now. Just changing the angle at Sibley. See if he can make something happen here. That's a nice shot. That's well fielded. Excellent work there. I think that's Miles Hammond at mid-on. In the air, that's chipped over the top. Zafar mid-wicket, that's going to go for 4 runs. And that's a nice shot there from Danny Briggs. But that won't please the Gloucestershire fielders after that decision in the last over. That's just nurdled into the onside. No run. End of the over. 234 for 6. Briggs 55. Sibley 95. There's the bowling figures. And he tonks. Watching Bahrain. Going right around the world. Andy, great to hear from you. And interesting to note there appear to be no appeal from Bracey. Played out into the offside. I think Bracey was at some Payne didn't either. Bracey was at full stretch though, diving. I think Payne's mouthed the umpire. He's walking. Payne's laughing. So maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? It's very hard to tell down the leg side there anyway. They're never easy. That's gone back with a square. Scampers through for one. Sibley moves on to 96. 4 away from what will be a second century against Gloucestershire this season. They're never easy down the leg side though, unless the glove is away from the body. They're very hard to tell. Tom Price in. Briggs wafts outside the off stump. Goes through to Bracey. Tom Price in. Briggs solidly behind it. Pleasant evening here in BS7. Briggs leaves that one alone. Short, wide, crunch through the offside, 4 runs. And that is the 100 partnership between these two. And a fine effort it's been as well. 138 for 6 it was when Jacob Bethel was out. Caught by short leg. Ben Charlesworth off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. Brought Danny Briggs to the crease. He's still there, 59. Dominic Sidley on 96. And these two experienced professionals have just started to edge the game into Warwickshire's favour. And it's been good, hard attritional cricket, this. It's one for the connoisseurs, as I said earlier. It's one for, you know, those who prefer the longer format of the game. And it's been intriguing stuff. It's been intriguing county championship 4-day cricket. Payne in, Sibley defends to Graham Van Buren, who hurls it into James Bracey. Sibley nudges one into the onside, and Buren throws. 240 now, Sibley on to 97. Ryan Higgins got his 50 for Middlesex. Payne, short one to Briggs, who follows it with his hands a little there. Goes through to Bracey. It's getting a little dark. Floodlights won't be in use for this game. Another bouncer from Payne. One for the over there. Signalled by umpire Rob White. That's a lovely shot there from Danny Briggs. Lets the ball just come onto him and he just works it around the corner. David Payne just straying onto his legs. Gloucestershire desperate for a wicket here now. Payne disgusted with himself. Nice shot by Briggs though. I think going back to what the guy in Bahrain, sorry, what was his name? It was Andy Tonks. Going back to what Andy said. Interesting to see there's no appeal by the keeper, or you know, other people have pointed out there's no appeal by Payne. I think what is even more interesting was that Briggs took the 5-6 steps towards the pavilion afterwards and then realised, hang on, can I get away with this? And made out that he was doing a bit of gardening. There we go, there's the walk. There we go, and he's gone back to his mark. Graham Van Buren's incredulous. Oh, it's all, well, you know, these things happen, but if you're a Kent fan, it's gone through to Brace. If you're a Kent fan or a Somerset fan, you know, we'll never know. Tom Price, Dominic Sibley on 97. That one goes through to James Bracey. Van Buren just giving Zaffa the sign. Sibley defends, doesn't know where that is for a moment. Price in, Sibley plays him to Chris Dent at mid-wicket, no run. 244 for 6. Just over 10 overs left in the day. I think Warwickshire will be quite pleased with the day's cricket. I think if Gloucestershire can nip out 2 more in this 10 overs, then they'll be pleased with their efforts. But Sibley, as I said earlier, like a barnacle clinging to the rock. It's hard to prise away. It's good shape from Tom Price. That's a maiden over. The barnacle was Trevor Bailey at Essex, known for his slow scoring. I think he got a really slow, I think he had the slowest 50 in a test match. Not sure if Chris Tavares beat him. Maybe someone can let us know. I'm not sure if Tavares beat him at possibly Old Trafford in 81. But I think Trevor Bailey had the record of the slowest 50. Maybe Tavares second, or I can't remember which way round it is, but he was known as the Barnacle. Sibley, the Brummy Barnacle. The Moseley Mussel. He's got a short delay while Ben Charlesworth goes and gets some protective gear. And we're going to see Zafar Gahar come into the attack. He's had a marathon stint as well. He's about to bowl his 27th over the day. He's used to it though. He bowled, I think he bowled 60 odd at Old Trafford earlier in the season. Here he is, bowling to Danny Briggs, slow left armour to slow left armour. Briggs plays that into the onside, no run. Briggs defends that one. Joined Warwickshire last year, Briggs. Started at Hampshire, as we mentioned earlier, and then went to Sussex. He's part of a number of players to leave Sussex last year. Chris Jordan, Phil Salt. He's defended there. There's been a few out the door down at Hove in the last year or so. They seem to be developing some youngsters. Their youngsters are really young. Archie Lenham, 17 years old. Daniel Ibrahim, 17 years old. Both given their debuts when they were 16. As our friend Dan Norcross from the BBC described them. They were like a kindergarten. But they'll come good again, Sussex. They can keep that side together. Here's Afghar. That's chopped away through the offside. There's going to be at least 2 here. Just the 2 there. So Briggs moves on to 65. Defended. Charlesworth catches it. 1 bounce at silly point. Charlesworth's in there looking for that back pad. Looking for that one that takes the inside edge and cannons back out to Charlesworth. Zaffa. Oh, that's out! Briggs has gone, caught by Ollie Price. That's a sharp chance there at first slip. Really good hands. And Zaffa weaves his magic yet again. 2.46 for 7. And that is an excellent 65 from Danny Briggs. He's got his side back into it. But you wonder if that's good captaincy there from Graham Van Buren, because he's moved Charlesworth into silly point, and you wonder if Briggs doesn't want to go too far across, so he stayed leg side of the ball, and therefore the ball has taken the outside edge and he's caught at slip. And you wonder if the seed of doubt was planted there by Charlesworth being in his eye line at silly point. Good captaincy from Graham Van Buren, but that is a fantastic knock from Danny Briggs, and he has got his side back into this game. 2.46 for 7. Game on. Henry Brooks is the new man to the wicket. Good young quick. 23-year-old made his debut back when he was 17. Back in 2018. Must have been 18 actually, wasn't he? Played for Birmingham Phoenix in the Blast. Got the England Lions side when he was 18, and speed gun clocked him at 90 miles an hour. Then he had one of a number of bowlers in this country who's gone down with a stress fracture in his lumbar spine, lower part of the back. Ollie Stone's another one who's suffered with that injury. I think Mark Woods had problems with that injury. Ollie Robinson's had problems with the lower back. And you do wonder whether bowling like this, here's this wicket again. It's a good sharp chance there. Ollie Price doesn't drop many. Catching pigeons. Here's his brother. Dominic Sibley about to face. That was the last ball of the over. Rocks onto the front foot and defends that solidly. Price. That's a pleasant shot from Sibley. Can only find Ajit Singh Dale at mid-on though. This is good stuff though from Sibley. Man, when he first came into the England side on social media, was nicknamed the Vicar of Sibley. And he certainly delivered his sermon here today from the pulpit of the Seat Unique Stadium. That's all. I thought that was his 100 there. But he can only pick out Chris Dent at mid-wicket. Good crowd here, staying on. Intrigued by what's been a fascinating day's play. Price in. It was been very pleasing from a Gloucestershire point of view. Gloucestershire have been plagued with no balls this season. And they bowled one today, and that was for an overhead height bouncer from David Payne. And they will be really, really pleased. Robbie Joseph's come in as the bowling coach, and things have definitely improved since he's come in. Tom Price. Big appeal. Not given. I think that's hit Sibley right on the sort of bony bit of the knee. Just under the, sometimes when you get it just under the knee cap there, it can hit a nerve. It's going down. Worth a shout, worth inquiring about. Price approaching the crease. Sibley defends. Price keeping him quiet here. Who's going to blink first? Sibley or Price? 246 for 7. Sibley's still on 97. Sibley won't mind. Price won't mind. Who's going to make the first mistake? So, just to recap on today. Rob Yates, he followed one from Ajit Singh Dale, guided it to Jack Taylor. At slip, he went for 19. Alex Davis then lost the top of his off stump to David Payne for 3. Sam Hayne went. Caught short leg off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. Will Rhodes went, caught a slip off Tom Price, caught by Oddie Price. For 24, Jayant Yadav, he got bowled by an arm ball from Zafar Gahar. Jacob Bethel went, caught a short leg. And here is Zafar Gahar. Henry Brooks facing his first ball. That's outside the off stump. Then we had this partnership of 108 between Briggs and Sibley. That's defended back. Not without controversy, it must be said. And Briggs just went, caught a slip just now, which has brought Henry Brooks to the crease, but the man of the moment is Dominic Sibley. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Henry Brooks' defence there. Dominic Sibley, 229 balls, 97, and it's been a Herculean effort, it really has. You getting on this Bristol pitch, no? That's a bit of turn there from Zafar. Brooks leaves it alone. Gloucestershire won't want Warwickshire to get too many more though, because we've already seen prodigious turn on the first day, and with Giant Yadav and Danny Briggs in the side, Warwickshire will fancy their chances. They've got the runs in the bank. Here's Zafar. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through as well. That's the end of the over. Another maiden. Keep your emails coming. We've got 7 overs left in the day, so keep them coming through. There we are, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Keep me company. Tom Price going to continue. Tom Price. Sibley just runs that one down, opens the face, runs it down to third. Is that Charlesworth down there doing the fielding? Yep, it is. Still got his pads on because he's at short leg to Zafar. Taken 2 good catches today in that position. Price in. Brooks defends. Price comes past Peter Hartley. Oh, that's well bowled. Good areas there. Brooks gets onto the front foot though, equal to it. Tom Price. Brooks is off the mark there. Just plays one into the onside. Sibley defends again. Sibley really has batted well. I know I keep saying it, but he's made it look easier than any other batsman who's come to the crease out there today. Gloucestershire bowl well. Sibley again defends. .248 for 7. 6 overs left in the day, we think. There's 27 minutes. Zaffa does tend to get through them reasonably quickly. Gloucestershire way ahead of the run rate at the moment. They're +1 at the moment, which is unusual this season. They have been -4 at one point this season at times. Docked points in the game, I think it was against Kent, they got docked points for a slow overrate. Here's Zaffa. Brooks drives firmly. Chris Dent dives away at extra cover. No run. Zaffa twirling away. Ball goes out to mid-off. I wonder if this pitch has flattened out a little bit though. It's still turning, but the turn isn't as sharp as it was this morning, I don't think. I wonder if it's just got a little slower over the day. Zaffa in. Sibley backs up a long way. As it's played backward to backward point. David Payne doing the fielding. Brooks not interested. Right, they've moved the short leg out to Silly Point. So Charlesworth's come across from short leg into Silly Point. And I wonder now if they're going to try and say, right, you hit me through the onside and let's get a leading edge. Brooks having none of it. Plays it back out to Zaffa. No run. Good cap didn't see this from Graham Van Buren. Just tinkering with the batsman, tinkering with his field, tinkering with the batsman's thought process. I like it. Zaffa in. Brooks plays into the onside, but softly. They don't get a run. Played firmly out to mid-on. That completes the over. Zaffa 4 for 53. 29 overs. He'll sleep well tonight, as I said earlier. So Dominic Sibley will sleep well tonight as well. Let's see Ajit Singh Dale into the attack. Going to replace Tom Price here at the Ashley Down Road end. Here he comes. First ball to Sibley. Oh, Sibley thought about it, pulls the bat out of the way. No run. Can they extract a mistake out of Dominic Sibley? Singdale in. Sibley just takes the glove. It's going to go back with a point, and that's hit Sibley on the thumb there. That hurt. He takes the glove off, and he's having a look. That's hurt him. Singdale's just got that extra little bit of nip. There we go. Moves Sibley. Singdale's clutching that left hamstring again. He's clutching it earlier. He's bowled his way through it. Glos won't want to lose him. Brooks defends. Still clutching that left hamstring, Singdale. Brooks defends again. Henry Brooks is got a brother on the staff at Warwickshire as well. Ethan Brooks. I think he played in the game at Cheltenham actually. Defended again by Brooks. They've got some good youngsters coming through. Darren Maddy's son, I think he's on the staff at Warwickshire, 16-year-old. Played for England a couple of times, I think, Darren Maddy. Singdale is just stretching his leg out again here. And David Payne is getting the signal to bowl. I think he's got cramp. So they're just flexing his foot here. Tom Price doing the hard graft. Here's Singdale. Third. Charlesworth down there takes his third catch of the innings. And that was a bit of extra bounce, bit of extra nip. And Singdale, he might not be fully fit, but he's got himself a wicket there. And Brooks playing him on the up. And Charlesworth does the rest. See, there's Singdale still struggling with cramp. But that's 249 for 8 now. That's the end of Henry Brooks for 1. And Ben Charlesworth has had a good day in the field. And we're going to see Ryan Sidebottom come to the crease. Left-hander. Or is it Oliver Hannon-Dalby? And Dalby's a left-hander too. So Oliver Hannon-Dalby's coming in at 10 actually. Halifax lad. Ajit Singdale is leaving the field. That's the end of the over. Oliver Hannon-Dalby is described on our podcast the other week as having the poshest name in cricket. And Jack Brooks, who was our guest on the podcast, played with him up at Yorkshire, said he's not that posh, he's from Halifax. So there you go. But he made his debut all the way back in 2008. First wicket And this shows you how long ago it was, because this guy's been retired a long, long time. Was Mark Ramprakash. He's been at Warwickshire quite a while. 2013. Saw him bat for 78 minutes to save a game with a broken arm. 249 for 8. And I think both sides will be quite satisfied with their day's work here. I think this has been really interesting day's cricket. It's you know, this is the ebb and the flow of county cricket, and only the longer format can give you it. It flows slowly and then suddenly the drama hits. It's not instant gratification like short form white ball cricket. Sibley here on 99. Ollie Pope's got 100, interestingly, down at the Oval. That's going to set the cat amongst the pigeons. Sibley works that one into the onside. And that's his 100. Works it into the onside. An apt way for him to get to his 100, because that's where he scored predominantly all day. But this has been an absolutely fantastic knock from Dominic Sibley. 101, 237 balls. 5.5 hours he's batted for. And it really has been a wonderful innings. 9 fours there. And take a bow. Any youngster looking to bat and bat and bat can take lessons here from Dominic Sibley. He's stayed out there, he's gutsed it out, and he's also just got his side another batting point as Warwickshire passed the 250 mark. Well played. Singdale. Sibley defends. Sorry, Zafar. It's been a long day for me, as well as Dominic Sibley. As well as Zafar. Don't know who's had the harder day. Dominic Goodman just round the corner as 12th man. Ball whacked back at Zafar, who deflects it onto the stumps. But Oliver Hannon-Dolby back in his crease. Sibley defends. That's the end of the over. So, 3 left in the day. And I don't think Gloucestershire now can bat today, can they? Because even if they take 2 wickets in this over, because you've got the 2 interchanged, I don't think Gloucestershire will come out and bat today. So this might be a Tom Price back into the attack. If you can take a couple of wickets here, it will be the earliest finish that we've had all season. And Tom Price, you could get me a nice early evening, and I might even go for a pint down the pub. Go on, Tom. See what you can do, mate. 251 for 8. Here he is, Ajit Singdale. Took a wicket with that last ball, but he's gone off with cramp. He's struggling to get through that over. I think he'd have gone off anyway, even if Henry Brooks hadn't uppercut him to Charlesworth down at third. And Dolby leaves that one alone. Good death bowler in white ball cricket, Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Not got massive pace, but he's good experienced cricketer. Defends that one there from Tom Price. Tall man. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Price in, Hannon-Dalby defends that one. Weather tomorrow, a little bit cloudier perhaps. Maybe a little bit of sunshine in the morning. Should be fine, get a full day's cricket in. Thursday, cloudy. Friday, well, they're hedging their bets a little bit there. There's a chance of rain. There's a chance of sun. We've got a white cloud with the sun poking out of it and a raindrop falling out of it. So, you know, let's sit on the fence, Met Office, eh? Yeah. You've got to give me a bit better than that. Come on. Come on, guys. Help me out here. But we should get a full game of cricket in one way or the other. Maybe the odd shower, but I think this one's going to go all the way. And what an intriguing day it started off with. Who's got the upper hand? Good Yorker there from Price. Gets through. Hannon-Dalby. If that had been on target, it'd have rattled his timbers. But it wasn't. Goes through to James Bracey. Yeah, good Yorker here. Price spears it in. Just gets a little nod there from Hannon-Dalby. So two overs left in the day. Zafar gonna bowl his last one. His 31st from the pavilion end. They've all been from the pavilion end. Sibley won't want to throw away his hard work now. He's got two slips in. One of them there just collects the ball, Jack Taylor. I'd bring in another man. He's got Ben Charlesworth on the onside. I'd bring another man on the offside and say to Sibley, right, if you want to play some shots last over the day, let's do it. Sibley plays that one out into the offside. He's quite content to take Zafar. Might get an extra over in here, actually. Unheard of. That's a lovely shot, Sibley. Straight drive down the ground. Moves his feet. All along the carpet, 4 runs. 255 for 8. 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 Jack Taylor comes out of the cordon here because, and the man comes in from deep cover, who's Miles Hammond comes into normal cover because they're going to want a full over here at Oliver Hannon Dolby, and they're not going to want Sibley to pinch a single and retain the strike. There it is, there goes out to Hammond, no run. Zaffer in, Sibley plays it out to Jack Taylor, mid-wicket, no run. So, the last over of the day. He's going to be bowled probably by Tom Price. Yes, it is. And he's going to be bowling to Oliver Hannon Dolby, who's yet to get off the mark. Can Gloucestershire winkle out one more before the close of play? If they do, I'd say they've probably just had the better of the day. At the moment, I think it's probably even Stevens. But some out there will fancy Warwickshire. They'll say, right, they've got the runs in the bank. They've got 255 on the board. They'll be really pleased with that as well. I think this is 50-50. They've won the toss, elected to bat. Is this pitch only going to get worse though? Is it going to turn more in the fourth innings? What's it going to be like? Jane Yadav in the side. Questions abound. His Price around the wicket to Hannon Dolby. Just strays onto his leg stump, but you can only find Ben Charlesworth on the onside. Still a decent crowd left. Love their cricket here in Bristol. Hannon Dolby defends that. Price. "17 overs. 1 for 46. Tidy figures. Big shout there, but Tom Price was never really interested. Always erring down the leg side, that ball. Three balls left in the day. Oh, that's a good delivery. That beats Hannon Dolby outside. Off stump. I thought that bowled him, actually. I think, to be fair, Oliver Hannon Dolby might have done as well. I don't think he really had much of a clue about where that one was. Been no LBWs today. 2 bolts, no LBWs. Price in, and Dolby leaves that alone. In fact, we're going to get an extra over in here, I think, because it's not yet 5:30. Clock on 28. Price. approaching the crease. And Hannah Dolby defends. And is that going to be the end? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I think they're going to get around and they're going to get one more in. Yeah, the umpires have got to their respective positions by 29, so we're going to get an extra over in Zafar Gahar. James Healy, time and a half. So, can they price Sibley out before the end of play? Here we go, 6 balls left. Zafar Gahar from the pavilion end. Sibley. The wall. Defended again. Zafar from the pavilion end. Jack Taylor gone into silly mid-off. Sibley defends again. I tell you what, the current Secretary of the State for Defence is Ben Wallace. He's got nothing on Dominic Sibley here. This is proper defence from Sibley. And he's been absolutely fantastic today. 105 not out. Zafar Gahar. That's pushed firmly. At Jack Taylor. 1 ball left in the day. And Taylor just jumps into mid-wicket. They're going to try and save the single, so tomorrow morning they've got a full over at Oliver Hannon Dolby. Ryan Sidebottom just left to bat for the visitors. No Mohammad Siraj today. And that completes the day's cricket, and that is an absolutely splendid knock from Dominic Sibley, and the Gloucestershire players acknowledging that, shaking his hand, all of them. And it's been an absolute masterclass in concentration. So today we started off with Rob Yates out for 19. He was caught at slip off the bowling of Ajit Singh Dale. Alex Davis then was bowled by David Payne for 3. Sam Hayne caught by Ben Charlesworth. Good catch off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. Back over his head. Will Rose was done by a combination of the Price brothers for 24. Caught Ollie, bowled Tom. Jayan Yadav was bowled by Zafar Gahar. Great arm ball for 17. Jacob Bethel came in and departed quickly for 2. Caught a short leg, one that spat out the rough from Zafar Gahar. Again, Ben Charlesworth doing the honours with the hands. Danny Briggs then came. Warwickshire were in trouble a little bit. 138 for 6. Danny Briggs then came to the crease and played a brilliant innings, 65. It wasn't without controversy, but he was there, and him and Sibley put on 108, and it really was a good innings. He departed for 65, caught by a sharp chance at slip. Bodie Price off the bowling of Zafar Gahar. Henry Brooks then uppercut Ajit Singh Dale to Ben Charlesworth out on the 3rd boundary. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby is yet to get off the mark. But Dominic Sibley, 105 not out, 252 balls, just the 10 fours. But what an innings. And Warwickshire without him would be really, really in trouble. The bowling figures. David Payne, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47. Ajit Singh Dale, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 43. Tom Price, 1 for 46 off 18 with 6 maidens. The pick of the bowlers has been 32 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 59 off Zafgar, an economy rate of 1.84. He's asked questions of the Warwickshire bats all day. Ollie Price bowls 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Graham Van Buren, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And Jack Taylor, 4 overs, none for 13. So, Warwickshire end the day, having chosen to bat this morning on 255 for 8. It's been an intriguing day's cricket, it really has. I think it's even Stevens. Tomorrow will tell us who's in the ascendancy. Come and join us, we're live on the stream, 10:20 from James Healy and myself here, live from the Seat Unique Stadium. We'll see you then. Good night.